and I think we're interrogating the jury. Let's see. Yeah. We're interrogating the jury. That was the last thing we did. Saints alive. All six members of the jury consensual in their leaning to a verdict of not guilty. Mr. Naruhodo. This, well, it must mean what? That we're victorious. Ellipsis. We've won? Are you sure?
Objection!
What is this? If the sight of my iron heel, Wellington, offends prey, do forgive the discourtesy. This really is a consummate example of one of the monumental flaws in the British judicial practices. Exclamation point. Where evidence and reasoning should be paramount, emotion rules the day. Emotion? The witness's last statement gives us a clear insight into his true nature. What do you mean, his true nature? Do you really think Scotland Yard would have made such a glaring omission? After the incident, the omnibus was comprehensively searched by the officers of the police. Obviously, the interior of the cubbyhole, as the witness put it, was included in their investigation. Exclamation point. The compartment under the posterior seat was full of the coachman's belongings. It's noted in black and white here in the police report. Good Lord. The evidence has been tampered with. In order to corroborate Mr. Giles' story, someone has unlawfully removed everything from under the seat. Order! Order! How could such a devious contrivance possibly have been effected, counsel? Naturally, we must acknowledge the... Yo, Dan, hey, thanks so much for the raid. Hello. Thanks, welcome everyone from Dan's stream. How are you all doing? Hi. How's it going? I hope Charon was good, Dan, today. Hey, Stereo. Hey, Cut. Welcome, everyone. Hey, Dan. Hope you had a nice stream. We're playing Ace Attorney. We're in episode 3 at the moment, during court. Naturally, we must acknowledge the deficiencies of the constabulary in allowing this to have happened. However, I assure you, when the omnibus was wheeled into the courtroom this morning, the compartment under the seat was not empty. Well, my Neapolitanese friend, me, when the carriage was submitted as evidence, doubtless you examined it in fine detail, as would any self-respecting practitioner of the law. Bray, what did you find? What did you find the condition of the underseat compartment to be? Exclamation point. Look at his eyes. He's like, huh? Oh, to be sure, the young gentleman will be able to clear this up in a jiffy. Sorry? Go on, go ahead. You tell the court now, fella. Stream was great. We finished Charon again. Think it's going to make for a fun speed run. Hey, nice, Dan. Hey, hell yeah. Hey, Prinny, how you doing? Good to see you. Now. Hold on. Okay. Now, this is all an elaborate excuse by the desperate Lord von Zikes. Ellipsis. Well, counsel, do you have something to say on this matter? Ellipsis. How am I supposed to answer? What can I say about the state of the little compartment under the seat in the omnibus? Hold on. E. Space. Open. Well, let's open the door and go inside, shall we? The scene of a scene of a murder. It's horrible. Wait, we saw the... I'm not able to look at the blood on the floor. Am I? Oh, I am actually. The seat looks reasonably soft, but it's actually rather hard when you sit on it. And only just wide enough for two gentlemen to sit side by side, really. Of course, an English gentlewoman would be dressed in such finery. It would be quite impossible for her to climb up to the roof deck, so she would have to be seated in here. A woman in a kimono would have the same problem. Women's clothes are very impractical, aren't they? Okay. The seat has a handle, it seems. It was empty. This is a storage compartment, but there's nothing in here. It's totally empty. Ellipsis. Something doesn't seem right here, but I can't put my finger on what it is. Okay. Alright. I didn't look. It was empty. It wasn't empty. It was empty. Okay. I mean, I remember it being empty, but I want to make sure. Yes. I'm fairly sure it was empty. But what else can I say? As I suspected. It seems, my lord, that this Eastern initiate has the scruples of a by-street wine merchant. Ellipsis. Mr. Naruhodo. Perfect. This why the fella is representing me after all. He knows just what to say. Does he not? Ellipsis. Well, now, it would seem the argument is moot. And the truth of the matter is there for you all to see, after all. That there cubbyhole under the seat is as empty as the devil's heart. So it is. That we can be sure of, at least. Ellipsis. Why? Why do I feel like something's not right here? I should let the jury weigh in on this matter, I think. Who's allowed to drink alcohol in court? Jurors are allowed to drink alcohol in court? Yo, hey DJ, thank you for the resub. Thank you for the 42 whole months. And welcome back. Thanks so much for the 42-month resub, D. And also thanks for the host. Thank you. Hope you had a nice stream today. Hey, New Moon. How's it going? Yeah, we're playing Ace Attorney today. I wanted to take a break from playing DVD, since we're gonna be playing it tomorrow anyway. That compartment is designed house equipment used to maintain the smooth riding of the carriage. The guild rules state that the omnibus should be properly and fully equipped at all times. So it certainly wouldn't have been empty on the night in question. Beppo isn't that irresponsible. That money-lending fleecer and the big purse are lying. He's going to guilty. No, it's getting reversed. Ah! I can't believe I was nearly taken in. The stinking rich are always stinkers. Nothing but cowards. A lot of them. What? Oh no. It's a trick. Of course it's a trick. Are you telling me people were able to throw fire back in like 1890? Quite so. I must concur here. Oh no. With calm, calculated reasoning, one arrives clearly at the truth every time. Yes, but every time a different truth, it seems. Yeah, this is the third case, yeah. My lord, I humbly exhibit the scales of justice. Clearly, a verdict of not guilty at this time would be wholly inappropriate. Thank you, counsel. But before we proceed any further, there is a matter of the outstanding cross-examination. Ellipsis. Counsel of the defense, for the defense, begin your questioning of the witness, please. Yes, my lord. What just happened? The whole balance of the trial just shifted, almost beyond recognition. The Reaper of the Bailey is at work, it would seem. Ellipsis. He looks so much like Miles Edgeworth, doesn't he? He looks so much like Edgeworth. What the girl saw. Okay. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horse, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. I tell ya, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. It's pitch in there. Then after a while, I hear this loud bang. Nearly jumped out of my skin, I did. And a scream just came out. Wait. What? A bang? Hey, what's going on, Purple Elite? Usually when they say that, that's a gunshot. Okay. It's because of all that this swell found me. Helped me get away, mine. Loud bang. All 6 members of the jury had decided the defendant was innocent. For one brief shining moment, yes. It's clear that they are all still very unsure. If we could just find one conclusive piece of evidence among this new testimony. I'm sure we could clinch the verdict we want. Yes, I think you're right. And I have this niggling feeling. Something's bothering me, but I just can't quite put my finger on it. Okay. It has to be the bang, right? It has to be. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. But it was a right old waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night. That doesn't have anything to do with anything. I tell you, you can't see a blind thing in that hiding place. You can't see a blind thing in that hiding place? What is it? What? It's pitch in there. Okay, all right. Then after a while, I heard this loud bang. I nearly jumped out of me skin. I did. And the scream just came out. Loud bang. You don't hear a bang as someone gets stabbed. It's not loud.
Hold it!
When you say loud bang, do you mean the noise of someone falling to the floor? Oh, maybe that's it. All right. I know, trying to read her sentences at first are difficult, yeah. Because they're trying to give her an accent. Ellipsis. Oh, we can look away. Okay, okay. Why is he looking at me? Could have been, I suppose. I don't remember so well. Point is, it made me jump. And you let out a scream involuntarily? That's right. And then I felt the cushion over me get lighter all of a sudden. Get lighter all of a sudden. He's not reacting at all. Presumably when the defendant got up in order to help the victim, yes? Or not. It could equally have been the moment the accused stood in order to stab his victim, could it not? No. That doesn't make sense. The guy fell on the floor. If you heard the bang noise before, which is supposedly the guy falling to the floor, you wouldn't stand up to stab him. Unless he fell to the floor for some other reason. But we were always under the assumption that he fell to the floor because he got stabbed. Well, girl, did you see what happened at that crucial moment? Ellipsis. Yeah, I saw it. Exclamation point. I pushed up the cushion and had a quick butcher while I had the chance, didn't I? What does that even mean? The Irishman was setting up the bloke old fallen on the floor on the seat opposite. Yeah, that pretty much matches what we already know. That matches Mr. Geld's account, of course. But then the fella suddenly turns around and looks right at me. I sunk back down again, and it was too late by then. I should have never have risked looking. Okay. It was because of that this swell found me, helped me get away. He didn't react at all during that entire time.
Hold it!
Thought that would be it for sure. And when Mr. Miguel discovered you, he pulled you out from your hiding place? I was scared stiff, I was. He dragged me out, sat me down on the seat and all. Next to the victim, Mr. Mason? Yeah, the bloke in the knife in his gut. He was still bleeding. He literally doesn't react at all. Then the carriage lurched a bit and ended up falling onto me. Wait, what? And he ended up falling onto me. How awful. That both me hands got covered in blood. It made me feel sick as a dog. Both her hands covered in blood. That must be what the rooftop passengers saw. After that, I believe you talked with Mr. Miguel for a while. Is that correct? He asked me some stuff. Wanted to know me name and what was up to in that. Then he heard something from up above. Someone screamed. Then I heard something from above. Yes, Mr. Faust on the roof deck, one would presume. Well, I didn't want no one seeing my face, so I didn't look up. Then the horses were drawn up smartish. And this here Irishman says to me, "Get back under the seat. I'll see that you can get away later." Yeah, I feel like we didn't learn anything. Yeah, he's just gonna say the exact same stuff. I have this nagging feeling something is bothering me, but I just can't put my finger on it. Huh. So I snuck inside the carriage before they hooked up the horses, just like always. Just like always?
Hold it!
So you were already in the omnibus before it even set off on its ride? Well, yeah, I mean, what's the point of spinning a Dewey to make a few bob, eh? That's a rum idea, ain't it? I suppose she means there's no point in spending money to make money, which actually makes sense. Counsel, may I remind you that this girl is a petty thief. Kindly refrain from entertaining her attendants. Well, that does clear up the little mystery of the fares and all. Okay. He's not wrong. 4 paying passengers at 5 pence apiece, making the 20 to which the cabman testified. And the one little scapegrace riding for free. The red conch of a driver always goes for some grub before its last run, see? That's when I'd slip into the carriage and get myself hidden under the seat. Nice and easy, right? But your hiding place is a storage compartment. Full of equipment for the coach, no? Ellipsis? Why would she not say anything? Yeah, there's brushes and buckets and whatnot in there, sure. I always check all of that and cram it into the corner somehow. No one ever seems to bother much. And yet, according to the report filed by the police officer who first arrived at the scene, and the compartment was full of such I have no idea. Papernelia? Well, I don't know nothing about that. Like I said, I moved all that stuff out so I could hid under the seat. That's all I can say. That's all I can tell you. It seems we're reaching the end of the line of inquiry. Continue. You're not really learning much here. We've already pressed her for 3 different times. But it was a right waste of time. I got nothing to show for me troubles that night.
Hold it!
I'm just gonna press all of hers, I guess. A waste of time? Why is that? Well, most nights I'm on me own in the God... Wait a minute. Well, most nights I'm on me own and the God permit at least some of the time. I beg your pardon? Did you say God permit? Oh, yeah. Well, that kind of won't, well, that's what my kind call it. You'd say the omnibus, I suppose. Oh, okay. The point is, any normal run, the carriage ain't got no one in it for a while. And that's when you came out of your hiding place and get away? That's it. Only that night. This cove was sat on me from the start. Or the cove, I guess. And he didn't budge the whole way, did he? Not 1 inch. I was totally stuck. Do you mean to tell us that you were present in the carriage for the duration? You were under the seat the entire time while the events unfolded in the enclosed cabin? Yeah? Right, mister? To be sure. I was as shocked as anyone. You don't expect to lift the cushion. You've been sat on and find a child now, do you? True. So this Miss Lestrada couldn't possibly be the culprit then. I tell you, I couldn't see a blind thing in that hidden place. It's pitch in there.
Hold it!
So you couldn't see out into the cabin at all? Not a Jew. Most days I push the cushion up. Dude, I have no idea what she's saying half the time. I have no clue. Most days I push the cushion up. By me, let it look out of the crack. Like, what? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. I get it that she lifts the seat up to see a little bit out of the crack of the thing. Dude, her speech is so. Then I can have a butcher at who I'm gonna fiddle. I thought you were a pickpocket, not a butcher. I mean, I can have a look. The seat I get under ain't as plush as the other one, see? So most of the time, the passengers plant themselves opposite. But for some reason that night, this here Irishman spent the whole journey right over me. And for that reason, you were able to push the cushion up to peek. You weren't able to push the cushion up to peek out, I see. Truth is, I ain't too happy in a small dark place.
No.
Feels too much like being thrown in a clink. Why is he laughing?
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Mr. McGill? Oh, I do apologize. There was something. Was there something the matter, Counsel? I was just wondering if Miss Lestrada's last comment made something occur to you, perhaps. You seem to be thinking of something to yourself. Oh, no. Tis nothing important. I was feeling bad for the poor lass is all. You were feeling bad? Even though you were laughing? That doesn't make sense. I remember feeling desperate myself as a young lad, shut up in the dark. 'Twas terrifying, so it was. I see. Yes, I'm sure we can all sympathize. Still scared of the dark now. Hey, and I don't know about yourself, but I find that darkness seems to make everything you hear seem that much louder as well. Why would you say something like that? She did say she heard a loud noise. Can you imagine if we all spoke like Gina God? No. Ellipsis. Yeah. I suppose it does, maybe. Ellipsis. Miss Lestrade. Did you hear something at night? Anything? An unusual noise, perhaps? Ellipsis. Nah, not really. All I could hear was the Irishman snoring. Be jabbers. There's no need to tell the whole world of me, foibles, you little scram. What a pity. If only Miss Lestrade had heard something, it might have given us a vital new clue. Yes. What should we make of her last statement of hers? It seems insignificant. It's profoundly important. How would it be profoundly important, though? He was sleeping? Yeah, that's what he said. That is what he said the entire time. He said he was sleeping and he woke up and this guy was stabbed. And that's what he said the entire time. And he has no idea how it happened. And she says that normally people take the seat that he's on. Because she's under the seat on the opposite side. So normally people take that seat because it's much more comfortable. But for some reason, the guy sat on her seat. So she wasn't able to get up. And then, yeah, he fell on the ground, right? He fell on the ground and that's what woke him up. So then he lifted the guy up and put him on the seat. And these are his gloves, too, that he wore lifting the guy up. And the people on the top of the car saw him lift the guy up. And they said he murdered him. Because they were the only two people in there. Well, now we know the girl was in there, too. So... profoundly important. My lord, I believe that statement just made by the witness is profoundly important. Profoundly important? But all she said was that she heard nothing. Actually, that is important. Because if she heard something, she would have heard the stab. And he would have made a noise. Even if you're sleeping and someone stabs you, you wake up almost immediately. And you'll make a noise. Huh. I wonder if he was already dead. Yes. Which is the profoundly important point. That's true. I am almost sure of it. He's like, huh? I'm almost sure that I don't understand the inner workings of your Eastern mind, Counsel. Nevertheless, Miss Gina Lestrade, you will supplement your formal testimony by repeating that last statement, please. What? Supplement? What are you on about? Don't give me all your fancy talk. I know what you trying to do. Well, it won't work on me. That's right. Insult the judge. Always a good move. Okay, so our last testimony is going to change. I was straining my ears to work out what was going on, but all I could hear was snoring. Wait, but if you could hear...
Hold it!
So you were straining to hear what was happening the entire time since the moment you hit yourself? Not exactly, no. Sorry? Well, there was no one in the cabin to start with. I could have just pushed the cushion up and have a butcher's to see what was what. But then when I saw this swell going on, I got me down so you didn't notice me. So Mr. Miguel sat on the seat under you, which you were hiding, correct? Yeah. Would you Adam and Eve it? Would you Adam and Eve it? Eh? What a mug. So then all I could do was listen. I was waiting to jump out of there as soon as I heard I'm leave. See? Okay. But wouldn't they? Not likely. Even though we stopped here and there, I never heard the door open. Huh. So I just hid. I just had to stay put and listen to I'm driving his pigs to the market. Snoring like an old dog, he was. Ellipsis. Are there any conclusions we can draw from that? I wonder. It makes sense. It doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. Because if you say at first you don't hear anything, but then you say secondly that you hear snoring. It's a contradiction. It doesn't add up. Miss Lestrade, what you have just told the court is clearly at odds with the facts. At odds? Are you sure, man? Absolutely. It seems my learned Neapolitanese friend is not as dull-witted as I feared. So Von Zikes realized it too. Counsel, I must insist that you bolster your claims with evidence, or some complicit party's name at the very least. Complicit party's name at the very least. Yes, my lord. I expect you to demonstrate this alleged contradiction to the court. According to Miss Lestrade, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Miguel snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something else she should have heard. Show a person, show a piece of evidence, forget it. She should have heard the guy fall over and die. 34 was stabbed once in the abdomen while journeying in the omnibus, died to internal hemorrhaging as a result from trauma. The leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time of the incident. There's a blood stain on the right glove. The largest knife that was found lodged in the victim's abdomen. Quality and fancy ornamentation suggests it must be quite valuable. Among the defended debtors, let's go to people. It's either she didn't hear this guy fall over or she didn't hear this guy scream. One or the other. Show a piece of evidence, show a person. Look away, chat. You see nothing. The victim, a skilled but poor brickmaker who apparently owed the defendant a considerable... All right, let's see. Show a person. Very well, my lord. Allow me to elaborate. On a particular sound that Miss Lestra could not have failed to hear on the night in question. The sound very clearly explained by the presence of the following person.
Take that!
It would seem phantoms are at work again. This time in my Neapolitanese friend's ears. I concur, no sound is apparent to me at all. Oh. Allow me to introduce you to a sound that will be very real indeed, however. The sound of your death thorns. Yeah. He's right. That was loud. Well then, counsel. According to Miss Child, while she was hiding in the omnibus that night, she heard nothing but the sound of Mr. Miguel snoring. But think, Ryunosuke, think. There's something she should have heard. Alright, I guess it's the picture of the guy getting stabbed. Allow me to elaborate. The sound very clearly explained by the following piece of evidence.
Take that!
No! It's not what I think it is. It can't be the knife.
Take that!
I didn't think so. No, Chad. We're about to fail. Hold on. I got a secret weapon. I got a secret weapon. Check it out. Oh, look at that. we went back in time. That's crazy. Wow. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Wow, it's like magic. Whoa. My god. How did that happen? There's something else she should have heard. It's amazing. This is definitely blood, isn't it? Not the most pleasant sight to be confronted with on your first day in London. Well, nothing will come from grumbling now. Now, by the way, is Mr. Miguel right-handed? Yes, I believe so. He was toying with a coin in his right hand a little earlier. Ha, pity. If only he had been left-handed. I think blood on either glove would be fairly incriminating, really. Okay, so, alright, that has nothing to do. Alright, so we tried the pitcher, we tried the knife. The gloves, piece of evidence. We tried the guy screaming.
Take that!
No! Dude, I cannot figure this one out. What? I'm like totally missing the shots on this one. Jeez. This one's going right over my head really badly. A person. Let's see.
Take that!
I knew it! Thrice fired Mason. Is he going to talk about him falling on the ground? Yes, my lord. The sound that Miss Lestrade cannot have failed to hear. Is that the victim, Mr. Mason, boarding the omnibus? Order! Order! Explain your reasoning, counsel. Miss Lestrade, allow me to confirm something. You claimed earlier that you were the first person aboard the omnibus. Is that correct? Yeah, of course I was. I got on while the driver was in the pub, didn't I? And the next person to board the omnibus was Mr. Miguel. It was. Not a soul was in the cabin when I climbed aboard. Ah, I never thought about that. I never did. He did say he was the only person in there when he got in at the very beginning. At least not in plain sight. So, where, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin on the so you were, to all intents and purposes, alone in the enclosed cabin of the omnibus at that time? Did I not just say as much? I wasn't traveling with anyone else, if that's what you mean. Yeah. I saw him get on, remember? Through the crack under the seat cushion. He was on his own for sure. And from what we've heard, the carriage made a number of stops after that on its onward journey. During which time did you not hear the door opening and closing at all? Nah, I never heard it. That's exactly what I was listening for, weren't it? Waiting for this swell to leave. In which case, when and how did the victim end up in the carriage? I love how the judge's hair pops up. We know the victim collapsed inside the enclosed cabin of the omnibus. Therefore, Miss Lestrade's statement about what she did or did not hear is at odds with the facts. Ugh. Yes, this petty thief's statement was clearly flawed. Lord von Zikes. Yes, he knew. He knew all too well that there was an inconsistency in Miss Lestrade's statement. it would seem words of thanks are in order for my learned friend. What are you talking about? You have demonstrated matters impeccably. This witness and her colorful statements are entirely unreliable. Her words are convenient untruths, nothing more. He's dead, right? How could the victim possibly not have boarded the omnibus? That makes no sense whatsoever. And this girl's a pickpocket. Let's not forget that. No, Nana, no! Nana! Nana, no! Ah! She didn't even say anything. I didn't want to judge the dear little mite just because she was she has some rather naughty ways. But I must say, I can't abide liars. Liars. Neither can I. Mr. Foreman. I didn't want to judge the girl just because she was some less than salubrious ways. Salubrious ways. But I must say, I cannot abid liars. Oh my god, the jury is they're so easy to convince. It's crazy. Ugh. Mr. Naruhodo, that's 5 jury members leaning towards guilty. Yeah, you pour that wine. Who allows you to drink in court anyway? Well, your consideration for others is refreshing, my Neapolitanese friend. To the considerable troubles you have spared me. Yes, very refreshing. Ah! What are you playing at? Have you forgotten who you're working for? You useless Eastern admin. This is carnage. It's perfect. Why are you licking the knife, dude? Who in their right mind would allow this dude to be a jury? What is this? Jury number 2 is the only one left. Mr. Naruhodo, the way this is going, I know. We can't find some new way to convince everyone of Mr. Miguel's innocence. The judge will rule, and we will have lost. I very much wanted to believe the words of one of London's most respected gentlemen. But those of us in service know we must accept hard truths.
Hold it!
Whoa, who said that? Yes. The witness's last statement seems to have revealed a critical inconsistency in her story. However, if we consider the possibility that her statement is, in fact, the truth, it may shed an entirely new light on this whole case. What are you saying? Exclamation point. Counsel. I'm sorry, sir? What do you mean? Counsel, I will not tolerate your attempt to prorogue my adjudication. Explain yourself at once. Exclamation point. When the accused boarded the omnibus on the night in question, the victim was nowhere to be seen. Subsequently, the carriage door was not heard opening a single time, as testified by the witness in the stand. And yet, the victim's body was found inside the carriage. If this petty thief's words are to be believed, how do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Ellipsis. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the carriage. He was there already. There's another entrance. He was put there after he died. It's definitely not two. It's definitely not there's another entrance. He was in there already. He was put there after he died. I think that's it. It's either 1 or 3. I'm not taking any chances. It could be 2. It could be any of them. He was already there. Clearly, he was in there already beforehand.
Objection!
Objection. Tell me, my learned friend, what was the function of that clearly in your last sentence? Well said, Lord von Zikes. The clearly is troubling me also. No. That's really not the point. The point is that the victim must have been in the carriage from beforehand. Then answer me this. By beforehand, to what specific point in time are you referring? Ellipsis. Well, clearly, I shall have penalized the defense heavily for this irrelevant rambling. I must learn to ramble more relevantly. The penalty is evidently not heavy enough, judging from those Nepalese eyes. So I ask you again. The petty thief's words are to be believed. How do you explain the victim's miraculous appearance inside the cabin of the omnibus? Ellipsis. There's only one way to explain how the victim came to be inside the bus. He was put there after he died. Obviously, the victim must have been placed in the carriage after he was killed.
Objection!
That's not it either. Wow, it was actually 2. The one I didn't think it was. The one I didn't think it actually was. Really? There's another entrance. Okay, let's just reload, because going through all this is going to take forever. Do the save scum dance? Do the save scum dance. If the door wasn't open even once, The only explanation is that the victim entered the enclosed cabin some other way.
Objection!
I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with. I wonder what new fantasy you would come up with in your blind panic. But behold, the omnibus is here for all to see. Only one side of the enclosed cabin is furnished with a door. The other has only windows. Fixed windows which cannot be possibly opened. In short, there is no entrance to the cabin other than the door.
Objection!
Objection. But there could be. There's one possibility you haven't considered. Oh, really? Yes. One other way that isn't the door. Another opening. The use of which allowed the victim to appear inside the enclosed cabin. Explanation point. What? All right, counsel. The defense will identify the location for the court. Here is the omnibus on which the incident occurred. Where on earth is this entrance by which you propose the victim entered the cabin? Where on earth is the entrance that the victim used to enter the cabin? It has to be the glass. Right? It has to be the glass.
Take that!
Yeah. The answer is obvious. It can only have been the skylight. I say, the skylight.
Objection!
Your ludicrous proposal almost had me lost for words. However, objection. The skylight may well be large enough for someone to pass through.
Objection!
So you claim. But do you have a shred of evidence to support your idle brain theory? Ellipsis. Both Mr. McGill and Miss Lestrade said the same in their testimonies. They each claimed to have heard a loud thud, such as noise made by someone falling to the floor. Yes. Which has already been explained. Don't tell me he fell on his own knife. As the sound of the victim falling from his seat, having been assaulted with the dagger. Yes, it has, but would a man slipping from the seat onto the floor really have made such a loud noise as the witness described? A noise loud enough to cause Miss Lestrade to let out an involuntary cry, in fact? Good gracious. Perhaps, in fact, that was the moment that the victim made his entrance into the cabin. No, let me rephrase that. The victim didn't enter the cabin as such. He fell into it.
Objection!
You're now suggesting that the victim fell from the skylight into the cabin? That's simply impossible. How can you be so sure? Because if the victim had fallen through the skylight, as you say, the passenger on the roof decks would have seen it happen. And yet, not one person made mention of such events in their testimonies. Because he probably fell on his knife because he was going to kill the guy. That's probably why, because he was also indebted to him as well, I believe. Well, yes, that's true, but... Hold it. Might a humble fellow make a wee comment here? Mr. McGill? To be sure now, the two fellows who were sat on the roof that testified afore said nothing of the victim falling through the skylight. But it seems to me, my lord, that this is not such a case of them, that this is not so much a case of them not saying, but... Hey, aye. This is a case of them being unable to say. What? I think perhaps the two fellas do be having something of a compelling reason to not mention what happened. Would you not agree, fine ladies and gentlemen of the jury? Oh my goodness, surely not. Those two chaps on the roof. You mean the ones who stuck that knife in the man were... Ah! Hold it. Just what exactly are you insinuating here, you Betheder? You rotter, he said. You rotter. What are you insinuating? What is this animation? Is he like is he twerking in the court? Is that what's going on? He's so mad he's twerking in the court? What is this? This is a flaming outrage. I've got good mind to give you a blinker in a minute. He'll give you a shiner in a minute, he says. So will I. Mr. Fairplay, you're effectively accusing me, a city gentleman, and a well-respected banker. And me, a very angry hatter. Suggesting that someone like me could have stabbed that man in the guts. It's a disgrace. It's scoundrelous. I protest. I protest in the strongest possible terms. That's right, I protest too. About you, you rotten scoundrel. Order! 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 This is not the time, witnesses. I will not permit this wanton invasion of the stand. Return to the intent room at once. But this is beyond reason, my lord. It's outrageous. Why are you sweating then? It's very hurtful, you know. My lord, if I may comment. Go ahead. Go ahead, Lord von Zikes. It was the defense that incited this outburst from the witnesses. My learned friend has seen fit to abandon all protocol and accuse the witnesses without proof. Accuse? I never intended to. It seems, young Nepalese, that your command of the English tongue is wanting. Exclamation point. Hey, what's going on, Circular? Happy Taco Tuesday. You propose to the court that the victim fell through the skylight from the roof deck of the omnibus. That hypothesis cannot possibly stand without the rooftop passengers being aware of the events. You have branded these gentlemen liars. You have intimidated their criminal guilt. In our British courts of law, that is what is termed as a baseless accusation. Exclamation point. I know I was rash in putting this idea forward without any actual evidence, but you can't just dismiss it without a second thought. What are we wasting time for? Get them to testify. Exclamation point. I thought there was something fishy about that hat from the moment I laid eyes on that fella. We have to see this matter through now, one way or another. If there's filth and rubbish in our midst, we must dispose of it at once. Testify! Testify! What is this? Testify! Testify! What's happening? Mr. Naruhodo? The spectators in the public gallery they're in a complete frenzy. This is great. Mr. Fairplay and Mr. First. Is that how you say his name, First? My lord? You will take the stand and make another formal testimony. In reference to the indictment brought by the defense. Yes, my lord. I didn't come here for this. Ellipsis. There's no time to think this through. All I can do is keep pushing forward. Oh man, Ace Attorney is great. Jeez, these games are awesome. Refuting the accusations. We were the only two people up on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that. If anything had happened, we were sitting where we were sitting. Don't you think one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't have possibly opened it. If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? He got a point. I must say that on listening to this testimony, it is somewhat hard to imagine. How either witness could have performed any malevolent act on that open roof deck without the other noticing forthwith. That's right, you see? We're innocent, I tell you. Although logically, of course, the argument falls down if the two of you were in collusion with one another. What? According to the investigation by Scotland Yard, the two witnesses share no common dealing. Ha! Well, I don't trust coppers any more than I trust the stinking rich. Something doesn't feel right here. The trial is going in our favor, really. So why do I feel so uneasy? Counsel for the defense. Over to you. Your cross-examination, please. Oh, yes, my lord. Yes, I think. It was presented without a second thought, so it might as well be dismissed as such. Refuting the accusation. We were the only two up on the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. It was only them two. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I want to take a look at something real quick. Hold on. The portfolio must contain all sorts of secrets of the London ginnery. Oh dear. Do you really think we ought to look inside? Well, it's not as though we know any London ginnery personally, is it? Apart from our great detective friend, perhaps. Ellipsis. Actually, I wonder. I assure you, you will not find Mr. Schlome's name inside. Well, let's see what we find. Gosh, it's cramped full of gentlemen's names, isn't it? Well, I suppose they're probably not all gentlemen at all, are they? After all, not everyone in this country is well off. Okay. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it.
Hold it!
Why? How could you not possibly open it? Are you quite certain about that? The skylight was shut the entire time? I'm going to lose my block with you in a minute. He's going to lose his frag with you in a minute. That's what he said. Take a look for yourself. Go on. You see? It's shut fast now, just like it was on the night. So it is, of course. A fella the size of Mr. Mason could likely break through it. Still and all. What?
Excuse me.
Mr. First. Oh, how can I help you, sir? That last statement, did it trouble you in some way? Not particularly, sir, no. If anything, he's troubling me with that hat of his. As he greased his head. Oh dear, sir. I hope my hat's not troubling you, sir. I'm still an apprentice, you see. Mr. Naruhodo, even the witnesses can see what's going through your mind. You must really be more careful. I wish it were that simple. Okay, I fucked up. Alright, I'm gonna question this again.
Hold it!
And get back to that point. He was doing a different animation. So I thought it was, I thought that was it. You see? Yeah, it's fast shut now. So of course, what? Just looking at the size of that thing, you understand? Ugh. Now you hold on there a minute, sir. The size of that thing means nothing. not on its own. Let's consider the bigger picture here, shall we? Let's stop biting our cane, shall we? He's actually commenting on what he's doing. I was riding the omnibus on another occasion when I broke wind loudly. I shocked myself with it as it happened. This is an unexpected confession, Mr. First. Oh, I just mean to say, well, the point is I tried to open the skylight, you see. But just my luck, I couldn't make it budge. The stench was terrible. Everyone was looking daggers at me, sir. I went as red as rogue, I did. Are you expecting me to sentence you? Oh, no, sir. The point is, the skylight can't be open. I tried and tried when I was inside the cabin. Inside that cabin of shame. You tried inside, but not outside, where you were.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say about that, Miss Lestrade? Ellipsis. Miss Lestrade. It opens. The skylight. This is what we're talking about, right? Hello, who allows guns in court? All of them skylights open. Dead easy. More easily than you can load that gun, that weapon. That's a lie, I tell you. Otherwise, when I broke wind, you can't do it from the inside, you mug. Oh. Look, a few weeks ago, I was up on the roof deck on one of them old drags. And then I had a great haul, I had purses coming out with out of my ears. Miss Lestrade, this is not the form to be, I have no idea what this word is. Elogicing on the subject of your criminal activity. Hold on, I gotta write this word down. I don't know this one. Hold on. Where's my document? I got a document where I write words down that I gotta look up later. Where is it? Should be in the W. Right? Where is it? There it is. Found it. See. Praise highly in speech or writing. Okay. On the subject of your criminal activities. Well, anyway, I had a bit of a scare. When I lifted the last bloke's purse, he got wise of me. All four of them surrounded me, so I couldn't hop off the bus and leg it. So what I did was I used the skylight and opened the cabin and jumped right through. What? Yeah, the catch from the catch from them skylights is on the top side. That's why you can't open them from the cabin. The skylight opens from the roof deck? Bailiff. Climb up onto the roof of the omnibus at once and verify this witness's claims. I mean, you can see the lock right there. Oh, my hat. Hello. Um, Security, help. She got the gun. Hello. Anyone? Hello? Order. 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 So it appears that this street girl's statement is quite true. I don't believe it. The skylight opens. And from the roof deck, Mr. Naruhodo, this could be the clue we've been looking for. Well, counsel of the defense, please continue with your cross-examination. Yes, my lord. So the skylight opens. Perhaps I should investigate for myself. I know exactly what he's gonna say too. We have to use it against the one where the person says, I can't possibly open it. Yeah, you can. So the skylight was fastened shut before. But now the catch has been undone. We should be able to open it. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening, that's for sure. Yes, and there's a lamp in the enclosed cabin. So I'm sure the witnesses would have been able to see quite clearly. That's not good. That's not good for us. Can we examine the blood on the floor in the cabin? It seems like he fell down and he fell down. It seems like he fell down and fell down on his knife and killed himself. And then when the guy woke up, he just planted the guy up. That's what it seems like. It's blood. That's blood, isn't it? Ellipsis. Is something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious, that's all. And yet, Von Zikes has made no mention of it. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Ellipsis. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? How did he get an expensive knife if he's in debt? That's a good point. That's true. That's very true. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Well, we know that's BS.
Hold it!
But we know now the skylight does in fact open. And once more, the catch that secured it is found on the roof deck itself, on the roof deck side. This is getting flaming. Onkiss? What the hell is that? I have no idea what that word is either. Onkiss? Or is that not an actual word? Oh, it's slang. Oh, okay. Yeah, unpleasant. Okay, I see. This is getting absurd, he says. Completely absurd. That's right. Neither of us knew the skylight had the catch. If we didn't know, we couldn't have opened it. And if we didn't open it, we couldn't have kicked the fella down. Please, where is this idea about kicking the victim through the skylight coming from? Whoever designed these carriages anyway, fancy Fancy not being able to open the skylight from inside. What about breaking wind? Didn't they think about that? There's no point having a skylight if you can't spare your embarrassment, is there? We're really getting off topic here. If you actually have a point, pray do enlighten the rest of us. Oh, I'll tell you what my point is. And he's gonna, okay. So, if you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. He had no reason to kill the man. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? We were the only two people up there on the roof deck, dead or alive.
Hold it!
Proof? That's right, I demand to hear it. We came here to say what we say, I tell you, not for this. But you call us both slicers. Shysters, I guess. I guess that's what it is. Brand us as criminals. You call us liars, that's what he means. And accuse us of doing it. Hey, thanks for the host courage. As it stands at the moment. Exclamation point. There's no hard evidence that incriminates yourselves, now is there? I believe we're in much the same position as one another here. If I don't crack this case soon, he'll crack his teeth. I wonder if these two really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I don't really know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I don't really know anything about Mr. Miguel either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember remember that it's evidence alone that can truly determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including the members of the jury. So you're saying that what we need now is to find a conclusive piece of evidence. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo, precisely. We were the only two people up there on that roof deck. Dead or alive, I can swear to that.
Hold it!
So at no time did the victim, Mr. Marson, climb up to join you on the roof deck? Absolutely not, Dickon. No question about it, he said. None at all. Oh, but yes, of course. I remember seeing them both. I saw the victim inside the enclosed cabin talking with this man here. Is this true, Mr. Miguel? Dear me, my lord, at the risk of repeating myself, I boarded the omnibus alone and nodded off inside almost immediately. That's an outright lie. Without a doubt, you were engaged in... Let me stop you there, fella, and ask, do you have any evidence at all? At all? This is all about evidence in courts these days. So it is. You'd do well to remember that. I saw it with my own eyes. This is going so well. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one or the two of us would have noticed?
Hold it!
Well, it was on the final run of the Omnibus at past 10 o'clock in the evening. It would certainly have been quite dark, perhaps too dark to see clearly. Is this some kind of lark? Is this some kind of joke, he said? Is that what this is? Or perhaps one or the other of you fell asleep briefly? Are you fair dinkum, sir? Are you serious, sir? That's what he said. It's impossible, I tell you. I'd give you the keys to the vault if you could fall asleep in that bitter cold. And if you did manage it, your eyelids would freeze shut, and you'd never open them again. That's extreme. It was extreme, I tell you, and we had to put up with it because this man had locked the door. Any true gent would have unlocked it and let me in when I knocked. I'm dreadfully sorry about that, young fella. But you see, I was away with the fairies and I didn't hear you at all. That's a lie. I saw you through the glass. You were talking to someone. That's the second time that they say that. Now. This was a cold night, so it was. People do see things that aren't real in the cold. It's hardly surprising. Seeing things. I believe we have reached an impasse here on this particular point. You. Don't take it personally, lad. If I'm a suspect in this case, then this is only fair that you and the other fiend are too. Open and free competition is what capitalist society is all about. This isn't a competition I should like to be involved in, really. Okay, that's not it either. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
Hold it!
That's a lie. So you never met Mr. Tricefire before? No, not once. Never. We'd never met the man before, he said, never. And you, Mr. First, had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, to be perfectly honest, sir. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remorse connection to the gentlemen who were inside that cabin. Neither of us had the remorse connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. That's not true.
Excuse me.
That's not true at all. Mr. McGeld? Yes, counsel, what can I be doing for you? Did the witness's last statement give you pause for thought somehow? Ellipsis. Not the remorse. Not the remorse connection. Is that right now, I wonder? Exclamation point. What are you insinuating now? Ah, Mr. Fairplay. It's been too long, so it has. Eh? If I'm not very much mistaken, I believe 'tis fast approaching, is it not? Your repayment date? I beg your pardon? You borrowed 20 guineas from me, sir. At an unconceivable rate of interest, you tricked me. It's extortion. Well now, Is that a touch of begrudgingly, isn't it? A sort of begrudgingly that might motivate a fella to pass his crimes off on another? And young Mr. First. Me, sir? What do you want with me, sir? You do be making hats for a living, do you not? That there top hat sliding off your head. Is that one of your own creations, isn't it? I'm still just an apprentice, you understand? I'm learning to find the perfect fit for whatever fine gent walks through the door. The perfect fit, is it? Well, this is a very distinctive design, so it is. Many customers like it, I tell you. They like a distinctive touch. Customers, such as Trice-Fire Mason. There was a photographic print of the victim submitted as evidence for, my lord. Oh, this you mean? I can't help thinking that poor fella's hat looks distinctively familiar. Wouldn't you say? Oh. That's one of my hats. Yeah, that it is. So it would seem the brickmaker was a customer of yours. Exclamation point. The sort of customer, I wager, you could have had a wee quarrel with over the distinctiveness of the goods. No, sir. Absolutely not, sir. Well, there's really nothing more to add. It wouldn't be right to say that the two fellas here haven't the remorse connection to the victim, you see. I rest my case. You little weasel. Ugh. He's better at this than I am. Gosh, Mr. Miguel has certainly been thorough in his research, hasn't he? Ellipsis. Please, don't let me, Hat Hunter. Don't let me, little interruption, hold up the proceeding. Wait, there's more? The skylight was shut the entire time. I tell you, we couldn't have possibly have opened it. I wonder if these two really were involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, on the same token, I don't know much about Mr. Miguel. We were the only two people up on the roof deck that night that are alive. If anything had happened. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The defendant is actually helpful for once. He is.
Objection.
That reveals a damning inconsistency, that last statement. Damning, you say? As I look at you, counsel, I see your trembling hands and your held-it expression in your perspiring brow. Huh? It seems to me that it's the damning inconsistency here with the misplaced confidence of your assessment. Yeah, your assertion. He has the damning tongue. You invite it, sir. Wait, how does he know what I'm saying inside my head? Dude, that's weird. Neither of us know the first thing of the victim. Neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man.
Hold it!
So, you have never met Mr. Trice before? No. Never met him before. You, Mr. Faust? That's right, sir. The Hatters don't have much to do with brickmakers, perfectly honest. No, I imagine not. See? That's right. No. No motive. And, well, that's not all, is it? The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. Dude, this one's hard. This is hard. I don't know what to use. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Save? I probably should save. I've pressed every statement too, so we didn't gain anything new. One translation error causes false internal thoughts, or never heard I was insane and this is all a figment of his imagination. Yeah, I mean, like, it's not the only time. Like the blue text is supposed to be us hearing his inner thoughts. At least that's what, you know, it normally is. Yet people have been, like, reacting to it, which is weird because, I mean, even the dialogue is representing his inner thoughts. Like, the way it's, you know, it's spelled out and everything. But people are reacting to it. It's weird. Like, how would the judge know that? Unless it's like the judge is, or the blue text is like words he's saying very, you know, like mumbling or something to himself. I don't know. I think I need to present a piece of evidence to them.
Objection!
I did not mean to do that. Ah, crap. I didn't mean to do that. I meant to examine the knife. I'm pretty sure there's a W on it. Or a M. Yeah, no, she does too. Yeah, no, she reacts to his thoughts as well. It's weird. Very strange. An ornament with M. Undoubtedly, Mr. Magnus's initials. It's beautifully gilded too. It must be very valuable, I should think. Ah. What is it? Look at the M. You turn it upside down, it becomes the W. This could change everything. A W. Yes. This is one of those, you know, turnabout cases, I'm sure of it. I'm afraid I don't know at all. But what I am sure of is that this is an M. Oh. Well, that idea was quickly squashed. M. Okay. Among the defendant's list of debtors is Bruce Fairplay, who would have been due to repay his loan. Yep. M for murder. hard. We were the only two people up on the roof deck, dead or alive, I swear to that. Okay. I can't really present anything to counteract it. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? That's true. It was established that they were sitting in front of the, or behind the skylight, so they could look down. Okay. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. The skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? Dude, this one's hard. Neither of us know the first thing about the victim. But we already established that the Hatter knows him. Yeah, we already established this. So why is his testimony not changed? That's what I want to know.
Hold it!
So you haven't met the guy before? No. He's never met the guy, he says. And you, Mr. Faust, you had no prior dealings with the victim either? That's right, sir. Hatters don't have much to do with brick makers, to be perfectly honest. No, I imagine not. You see, how many different ways can I put this? Neither of us had the remotest connection to the gentlemen who were inside the cabin. That's right. This is about motive, and we have none. No motive. And, well, that's not all, is it? Look at the ledger again? You mean like the notebook? It didn't really tell us anything different. Back on the case. Good morning, Starry Dance. Hey, Snowy. Hey. Hey, Derp. Hold on. Hey, I'm gonna do this one again.
Hold it!
Alright, we're gonna fast forward through this. This is hard. I can't present anything. No motive. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. We couldn't possibly have opened it. If you're sure the victim fell through the skylight, where's your proof? I kind of feel like I'm missing something. I wonder if these two men really are involved in some way. I couldn't say. I mean, I really don't know anything about them, do I? Although, by the same token, I really don't know anything about Mr. Legality either. It's so hard to know what to believe here. I think we should try to remember what this evidence alone. Remember that it's evidence alone that can determine the outcome of a trial. Evidence. No one can argue against decisive evidence, including members of the jury. So you're saying what we need now is to find conclusive piece of evidence. Right, precisely. We were the only two on top of the roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. Okay. Wasn't someone in debt? Yeah, this guy. Fair play. He was in debt. Yeah. To the guy in the purple suit. We were the only two people up on that roof deck, dead or alive. I can swear to that. If anything had happened where we were sitting, don't you think one of us would have noticed? There's a lot of names in this one. There's a lot of people. In any case, neither one of us knows the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill him.
Objection!
It's clearly something odd about the last... our behavior. Dude, yeah, this is stomping me. I cannot figure this out. This is legit stomping me. Jeez. In any case, neither of us know the first thing about the victim. We had no reason to kill the man. No reason to kill the man. I don't have anything else to present. Skylight was shut the entire time, I tell you. Motive. We had no reason to kill the man. And she's saying that I need to find... Oh. Skylight was shut the entire time. Stabbed in the abdomen. Stabbed once in the abdomen with a knife while journeying in the omnibus. Died due to internal hemorrhaging resulted from the trauma. Okay. Brickmaker. Leather gloves the defendant was wearing at the time. There's blood stains on the right. Hey, Prod. I converted my sub to a normal one, not Prime. I go to boot camp in 2 days, Wednesday. Don't you mean tomorrow? Thank you for all the streams. I'll be back in 10-ish weeks. Well, congrats on the... Good luck at the boot camp, Prod. You're gonna knock it out of the park. You don't even need my good luck. We already examined we examined it. And we already examined it. Yeah. Can I re-examine this blood too? How about this one? That's blood. That blood is soaked in the seat. Victims, obviously. Yes, and that seat would clearly be visible from the roof deck. Would you really stab someone in full view of other passengers like that? I wonder. Well, it was after dark, and there was a lamp on in here, so perhaps the culprit couldn't see anything outside through the skylight. Whichever way you look at it, it doesn't seem like it was a planned attack. Why is this blood so much more fresher than the other one, though? That blood. That's blood, isn't it? Something wrong? Oh, it's just, well, this blood stain is so obvious. That's all. Von Zikes hasn't mentioned, had no mention. I suppose that does seem a little strange. Ellipsis. Why do I have such a bad feeling about this? Nothing. Nothing. Phoenix Wright Omnibus. Oh! Right there. There it is. There it is. So, this roof deck. There it is. There's blood. He was dead before they dropped him. He was dead and they dropped him in there. So this is the roof deck of the omnibus. Yeah. People sit here all the time, pay money. Yeah. No, we don't want to. No. We don't want to talk about this. We want to talk about this. You can certainly see inside the carriage through this opening. That's right. I'm sure. So I'm sure witnesses would be able to see clearly. That's not good for us. It won't let me click on it. Okay, so I probably can't. Where's your proof? All right, I think I need to present the omnibus. I think that's what it is.
Objection.
What? Yeah, shut up. E. Yeah. God, I wish we didn't have to do this every single time. Yes, it does open very wide, doesn't it? Wide enough to kick someone through, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. Why someone like me? Ellipsis. Ah! What is it? Look. Just here. Look at this. This is so dumb. You can't examine it from the outside, but you can examine it from the inside? That's so stupid. That's such a waste of time. That's, without question, it's blood. Why would there be a blood stain here? Surely, it can't be unrelated to the case, can it? Ellipsis. The details of the omnibus have been updated. Dude, I had... Oh my god. Alright. I didn't have all the facts. So he was dead before he fell down. And the big thud we heard was... Yeah. The scene of there is a blood stain visible from the frame. If you're sure the victim fell through the skyline, where's your proof? I was right. My last one was right. I just didn't have the full fact. All right, hold on, chat. Let me be right back, okay? Okay. Let's see. Present.
Objection.
In the middle of on the night in question, the victim was fatally stabbed in the stomach. And immediately afterwards, the victim's body was pushed through the skylight in the cabin below. Those were the facts. And the irrefutable proof? Remains clearly visible inside the omnibus that stands before us today in this very courtroom. What? That's utterly humbug. Ah, you can't possibly have any evidence. No, you can't. I mean, we didn't do it, I tell you. It's impossible. Irrefutable proof. Here in the courtroom. Counsel. My lord? I believe everyone would appreciate a little clarification here. Where exactly within the omnibus is this evidence to which you allude? You will point out what it is that proves the victim fell from the roof through the skylight. Oh. Okay. I gotta press a different button. Yeah. Valid question. It's blood. Why would there be a blood stain here? Surely it can't be unrelated to the case, can it?
Got it.
Got it. By Jupiter. Is that blood? This bloodstain proves two things. Firstly, when the incident occurred, the skylight of the omnibus was open. What? And secondly, the victim was already bleeding when he fell through the opening. Oh my. And so it follows that Mr. Miguel, who was inside the enclosed cabin himself at the time, can't possibly be guilty of this crime. No! Order! Order! Order!
Hold it.
Hold it. But the blood could have sprayed up when the fellow was stabbed inside the cabin. And only found its way to that particular spot on the skylight? Sure. And that would be very convenient. And let's keep in mind that the skylight catch can only be unfastened from the roof deck. I myself wouldn't have been able to open it, wouldn't I? But, there's no way to know for certain, is there? If the chin really fell through the skylight, I mean. Why don't you have a good look at the floor of the cabin between the two seats, Mr. First? Yeah, that fresh blood. Kiss all too plain if you see. There's the aftermath that shows the poor fella dropped from a far height right there. So it is. What? No. But it can't be. It's all lies.
Hold it!
My fellow jury members, I think we can all agree that this is clear proof of the defendant's innocence, can't we? I believe we can. Yes, sir. It's clear to me now where the filthy rubbish can be found in this courtroom. So, they thought they could pull a wool over me eyes, did they? My God, she is typing like a storm. Look at her. I won't tolerate any of the guild's carriages being sullied with blood. I won't tolerate it. Oh, I always knew that nice gentleman who gave us that delightful park couldn't have done such a thing. On three, everyone. 1, 2, 3.
Objection!
Chilling performance, Mr. McGill. Oh. And what would you be referring to there, Mr. there now, Lord Von Zikes? Ellipsis. A blood stain on the frame of the skylight. Such evidence is null and void. What? Why? For one extremely simple reason. That smear of blood never existed.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's there for all this. It's there for all to see, and it's clearly blood.
Objection!
I personally attended Scotland Yard's investigation of the omnibus. The officer involved went over to the carriage with a fine-tooth comb. Exclamation point. So I can state with absolute certainty, no such smear of blood existed in the carriage. At least, not until this trial began. What? Are you suggesting, Von Zikes, that this stain of blood was fabricated, my lord? Yes. And while this court has been in session... What? Where's your evidence? What a palaver. I'm gonna say I didn't expect such a crude reasoning from a prosecutor of your standing, Lord Von Zikes. Ellipsis. Where's your proof? But I, Magnus McGeld, a fella known all over Capital for his fine contributions to public life. I don't take kindly to slander, and I'll fight it to the bitter end. Even if it's rolling off the tongue of the Reaper of Bailey. Mr. McGill, I realize that this is your first appearance in court as the accused. However, I am well aware of your involvement behind the scenes in a great many affairs of dubious nature. Ellipsis. You're very adapted when it comes to avoiding getting your own hands dirty. And each time it happens that a case you're involved in is investigated, you adapt the facts. Adapt the facts? What does that even mean? It means watch me pour some wine, and I'm gonna drink it in court here. When you wield a fortune of the size of Mr. McGeld's, however ill-gotten it may be, nothing is impossible. Tampering with evidence, manipulating the scene of a crime, bribing witnesses. A toast. I toast your ability to compute the most convenient of stories, sir. Toot toot, Lord Von Zikes. This will not do, to be sure. Will it now, Council? Oh, no. I think it's fair to say this does all sound like a rather far-fetched excuse by a desperate man. The blood on the skylight didn't exist, you say? Ellipsis. But if yours will all cast your minds back. If it's not true that the omnibus there has been in the courtroom the entire time, who could have possibly had smear blood in it without the world and his wife seeing? Isn't that right now, Council? Ellipsis. It's true. The omnibus has been in full view the entire time that the court has been in session. My learned friend. Exclamation point. Here's to hearing your opinion on this matter, in your own words. Ellipsis. As you wish. Could someone have tampered with the omnibus during this trial? If you're asking me, I think it's out of the question. It could have been possible. But by who? Who would it have been possible by? The pickpocket? Hey, good morning, Rencon. Happy Taco Tuesday. Yeah, it could have been possible. Uh-oh. As a defense lawyer, it's my job to advocate for the defendant as best as I can. But still, I feel as though there's something even more important at stake here. There's no evidence to suggest that the defendant did as my learned friend suggested. However, in terms of having the opportunity to carry out the alleged tampering, there is one possibility. Oh? Good gracious. Explain yourself, counsel. That poor desk. Yes, there is. It seems my learned Nepalese friend has no intention of running from this deceit. Deceit? I'm sure everyone still remembers clearly the recess we were forced to take as a result of the smoke grenade fired by the witness currently in stand, Miss Gina Lestrade. Bang. What is going on? Be careful, Mr. Naruhodo. Cover your face. Bailiff, don't let the accused escape. Secure the omnibus. I hereby call an emergency recess. Bailiff, ensure the defendant is in custody and clear the courtroom. Jeez, the bailiff has to do everything. The court was filled with smoke and everyone was thrown into confusion. All of us were made to leave this chamber. In that brief interval, under the veil of smoke and all the chaos, it could have been possible to steal inside the omnibus. Are you wise? Are you trying to pull his rotten, reckless grout Grauger? What? Freckless? You're supposed to be defending me. 'Tis a wicked plot. This plot to undermine me, so it is.
Objection!
Whatever you think it is, it changes nothing. The facts are the same. After this courtroom was evacuated earlier as a result of the smoke grenade, a number of inconsistencies materialized in relation to the omnibus. Inconsistencies, such as, to start with, the storage compartment underneath the rear passenger seat. Yeah, it's empty. When the police investigated the omnibus, this compartment was full of driver's items. Secondly, we had the smear of blood on the edge of the skylight. We have a smear of blood on the edge of the skylight, and it's fresh too, which is weird. As I said, that was not present at the start of the trial this morning. Unfortunately, Lord von Zikes, no one is able to corroborate your claims. That's true. When the omnibus was first wheeled in, both the storage compartments and the skylight were shut. Accordingly, I'm afraid to say we cannot establish with any certainty if this evidence is the result of tampering or not. Indeed, my lord. No doubt there was not a single person who saw fit to verify such things. What do you think? Sorry? About the omnibus. Is there anything else unusual about the omnibus? I have an inking? My lord. Yes, counsel? There is one further inconsistency. A mark that surely couldn't have been present at the start of the trial. What? What in the devil's name are you going to say now? If you dare betray me, you little maggot, you
Objection!
better... I wasn't even able to read that. Silence, Mr. McGill. The court awaits the defendant's clarification. This trial keeps swinging one way, then the other. I have no idea what's the truth and what's deception. What am I supposed to believe here? I shall have to ask you to elaborate, counsel. What exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared at some point during the trial? Where exactly is this alleged mark that you claim appeared somewhere during the trial? He's talking about the blood on the floor, right?
Got it!
If we consider the victim fell from the skylight onto the floor of the cabin, you would certainly expect to find signs of blood where he landed. But as far as I recall, this blood stain on the cabin's floor was not there when the omnibus was first brought into the courtroom. Good Lord. My man's bald and he doesn't want to rock it. Yes, I do believe you're correct, counsel. Ellipsis. Well said. Although, as advocated for defense, one might say that was very careless slip of the tongue. I believe that blood stain on the floor is a decisive piece of evidence. But if the question is whether the evidence is genuine or whether it was unlawfully fabricated by someone, I feel compelled to admit it that there's at least a possibility that the evidence is fake. This trial is over. Mr. Miguel, I've done everything I possibly can to cooperate with the court, but it's all over now. But you're the defendant. Tis over, I tell you. Whoa, look at that face. Memory. Recollection. What people think they saw. It's all nonsense. Facts are what counts. And the fact is that bloodstain is there now. Well, and over the course of this desperate trial, long and extremely drawn out as it has been, that good-for-nothing Reaper of the Bailey has failed to present any decisive evidence at all. Exclamation point. I'm scandalous, so I am. I'd thought better of Lord Van Zikes. Well, my lord? Ellipsis. Yeah, Lee, he really does seem like he's guilty. I must concur with the defense. The unaffirmed recollections of an individual cannot stand as evidence. At this moment in time, the particular bloodstain in question is very much in existence. And in the absence of any credible method by which to prove its alleged previous non-existence, I regret to say that would be improper for this trial to continue. I would say that it would be improper for this trial to continue. Your lordship can't be serious. Lord Von Zikes, what is your position? Ellipsis. The prosecution, my lord, has no further witnesses or evidence to present. Very well. In that case, as I believe we have explored every possible avenue in this matter, I shall proceed to my adjudication. As a formality, I am, of course, obliged to confirm with the defense first. Ellipsis. What formality? As things stand at the moment, it would seem that Mr. Miguel will be found not guilty. Yes. Which would mean we've won. Is that really the right outcome here? Is it really all right for the trial to come to an end now with all these unexplained inconsistencies? Counsel of the defense, your closing statement, please. Ellipsis. Yes, my lord. The defense believes the defendant could be guilty. I'm here in this courtroom today to advocate for the defense of my client, Mr. Miguel. However, at this moment in time, I cannot, in all good conscience, attest fully to the defense's innocence. Damn. What are you saying, man? Ellipsis. Without any question, there is no conclusive evidence to prove that the defendant is guilty. However, there is also no conclusive evidence to prove that he is innocent. Good gracious me! Order! Order! This is unprecedented behavior, counsel. A defense lawyer calling the accused innocence into question. Are you of sound mind? Oh, it's a grand decision to appoint you as my lawyer. So it was a grand decision. What? I must say, I didn't expect such an inciting spectacle at the end here, but still. Here, have this for your troubles. Your job here is done, fella. And some fine work you've done. So you have. Oh, what do you mean? This just a right honorable gentleman to succinctly put it forth. Hold on. The trial can't go on anymore. In your closing statement, there was, how did he put it? Now, nothing more than a formality. A formality. Jeez. Yeah, he's making himself look real guilty now, ain't he? I really don't know what to make of all this. Was the evidence we've seen genuine, or was it fake? His lordship would be fuming. Any unsightly rubbish should be disposed of promptly, as I say. Ellipsis. The stinking rich are always guilty of something. You, mark my words. I feel terribly ashamed that I ever doubted that lovely man who gave us the lovely part. Ellipsis. Now that the proceedings have unfolded in this way, I am compelled to declare a premature end of this trial. Furthermore, the court must accept the defense plea. I thank you kindly, my lord. Ellipsis. I hereby pronounce the verdict of this court.
Objection.
But we still haven't determined if the bloodstain in the omnibus is genuine or not. We don't know if these witnesses are telling the truth or a pack of lies. We have no idea about the truth. Ellipsis. Lord von Zikes. My lord. The case made by the prosecution was flawed, plain and simple. If indeed the omnibus present as evidence was tampered with, the prosecution is at fault for allowing such a disgraceful perversion of justice to take place. Ellipsis. My sincere apologies, my lord.
Objection.
But wait. When we were evacuated from the courtroom, Lord von Zikes ordered the evidence to be secured. I'm afraid the prosecution cannot shun responsibility in this matter. That's so unfair. The culpability of the defense has not. At the present time, been established by the court. Consequently, the jury will not be required to profer judgment. What? Well, Lord Von Zikes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. And as for my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. Exclamation point. You mean to tell me this has all been a grand waste of time? 'Tis the law of the land, my good man. If you'd like to pursue this matter further, we can always go ahead and try to change the law. Exclamation point. Mr. Miguel. Good grief. You have more to say to me, have you? Just one thing. A warning. This is far from over. Oh. Well, something to be looking forward to then. I hereby pronounce the defendant, Mr. Magnus Miguel, not guilty. That means he can't be tried for this again. This feels so wrong. I can't believe it. This is an outrage. The man has been cleared. He's innocent. This feels so wrong. With the courtroom in pandemonium for the second time that day, the judge delivered his verdict. And my first ever trial in Great Britain came to an abrupt end. With the defendant being found not guilty. Ostensibly, a victory for us. It doesn't feel like a victory, though. Not at all. Not at all. It feels like we've been had. Ellipsis. That certainly was a long trial. Yeah, it was. Your first ever trial on foreign soil. And your first victory. It was a wonderful performance. My heartfelt congratulations. And to you, Miss Susato, thank you for your assistance. Ellipsis. I suppose we should be happy. Ellipsis. The trouble is we're still completely in the dark about what actually happened. Well, we didn't have enough time. But isn't it wrong? I mean, who was actually responsible for Mr. Marston's death? We don't even know that. The sole aim of the defense is to obtain a verdict that exonerates the defendant. You carried out your duty to perfection. Hey, that you did. Mr. Miguel. Ah, and that girl's with him too. Well, It seems the stories are true. Oh, what stories? About the 6 enormous fireworks that they do by letting off when there's a verdict of not guilty. I'm sure you must have seen them now. Spectacular, wouldn't you say? Yes, definitely. I'd heard it was a sight to behold, and to be sure it was. I have you to thank, I suppose, for having an opportunity to see it. Oh, I didn't know about that. Not really sure I really did anything. What on earth are you saying, fella? How did I walk out of there a free man then? I don't think it was so much thanks to me as down to your planning. Ellipsis. You're a straight-talking fella, aren't you? I must say, you had me astray in the head there once or twice. But you're young and headstrong, and it's water under the bridge. Congratulations, Mr. Miguel, on having your name cleared. But nothing's resolved. There's only one thing that matters to me. Oh? Hey. They've all seen that I didn't do that dubious and absonite deed. This grand, is it not? I suppose it is. Now the fine fella at Scotland Yard can take matters in their hands and sort out any wee details. They'll see it for what it is. They'll get to the truth. I have absolute faith in them, so I have. After all, I do be providing a good number of their wages with all the taxes I pay. It's not that funny. So then, as we agree aforehand, 1,000 guineas for your troubles, fella. Oh, no, I couldn't possibly accept that much. R.B. Wace, you're a humble person, are you? You're from the East? Well, if you insist. But have this, still and all. You deserve a reward. Bailiff, Mr. Magnus Miguel. Everything is ready, sir. If you would like to follow me into the courtroom. Into the courtroom? What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There were some changes to the schedule. Well, I must be making tracks now. It's time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. They're going to examine it again? Now? Naturally, I'm under no obligation to take part in any more of this matter now. But as any upstanding member of London society, I do be doing me best to help when I can, where I can. It's a gentleman's duty, so it is. Exclamation point. So then, fare thee well. Thou's an absolute pleasure meeting yous. I hope you have a well of a time while you're here studying in Great Britain. Okay. There he goes. Free man. Oh, I forgot she was here too. Don't move. Or as I want to say, get a move on. She really does take forever to load that thing. Miss Lestrada, would you mind putting that thing down? Ellipsis. You're a grown-up. Sorry. And I hate grown-ups. All grown-ups. Ellipsis. Ah, there you are. Who the heck is this? Naughty, naughty, running off like that. Okay. Is this some kind of picnic? Who's this little girl now? Who is this? And taking that with you as well. I was looking for the trial run on my of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Ha! Oh, do you want to play? You won't beat me. Yeah, she pulled out an even bigger one. Jesus. Excuse me, but who are you? Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. The inventor? Well, normal smoke grenades are so dull, don't you agree? White and more white. If you have to be shrouded in smoke, it could at least be a pretty color, I thought to myself. Do we have to be shrouded in smoke though at all? I just took my eyes off of it for a moment while I was changing into onto a different omnibus, and she pinched it. Luckily, I fitted it with a telegraph beacon. What's that? I have no idea what this girl's talking about. Anyways, you're coming with me now. Back to my laboratory. Whoa, what for? To apologize, of course, silly, to my technician. What? You mean say sorry? You must say sorry when you've done something wrong. Surely an adult has told you that before. An adult? I don't listen to no adult. Come along then, follow me. Ellipsis. Fine, have it your way. Good. Oh, good. You see, I knew you wanted to do the right thing in the end. Fairly sure that she wants it not. I'm fairly sure she wants. What she wants is not to get shot by that massive gun of yours. Well, we'll be leaving now then. Bye-bye. I'm so sorry for all the fuss. She was a lively one. Yeah. Well, do you think perhaps we ought to be on our way now too? Yes, you're right, but where to? Oh, we haven't had time to find a place to stay. No sooner had we arrived in London than we had to rush here. All our traveling cases are still with the bailiff. I was originally planning to spend today in search of lodgings. But at this late hour in the day, I'm afraid we may be out of luck. Ellipsis. Don't worry, though. I have a plan. If the worst comes to worst, I've heard of a lovely park where we could spend the night. Please tell me you're not thinking of Miguel Park. I know it may be a little chilly at this time of the year, but our youthfulness will see us through. I'm not so sure about that. I think a midwinter London night will freeze a young person solid just as easy as an elderly one. Oh dear, that doesn't sound agreeable. Now I'm starting to regret turning Mr. Miguel down. That 1,000 guineas would have paid for a lovely warm room or a mansion. Really, that's how it ends, huh? And so, the trial to determine my worthiness for the study tour was over by the end of the first day in London. However, as we were soon to learn, there were more trying times ahead, just as the Reaper of Bailey had warned. The case was far from over. Oh. Oh, okay. What is this?
What's going on?
Get the fire brigade! Water!
Oh
Bring
shit,
water!
they burned it.
What the? How did this happen?
I don't know, sir. By the time I got here, it was already engulfed.
No one was supposed to be allowed in here before we started investigating.
Yo, someone's in there.
No. Oh, good God. There's someone in there.
It's Von Zikes, ain't it?
This can't be.
No, there's Von Zikes. Whoa. What just happened? Are you telling me he got burned alive? Is that what happened? What? What? All right. Episode 4. The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoru. No, I assume that I assume that Von Zikes arranged for him to be burned alive in that thing. We have 2 more episodes left. Yeah, I guess he was actually guilty. I don't know, that's so weird. Episode 4, The Adventure of the Clouded Kokoru. Okay.
I begin to think, Wilson, said Sholmes, turning his head languidly in my direction, that there is more to this case than that which we have observed. Indeed, that there may be another part to this story that we are yet to discover. His eyes wandered, following the steam rising from his cup of herbal tea, leading him to the distant memory of that snowy evening. To the young lady collapsed on the pavement along Briar Road, and to the knife in her back.
Oh.
Lit in the soft glow of gas lamps, a most extraordinary scene had been set. And under the cover of a light fog, the curtain had risen silently on the insoluble mystery of our invisible killer.
It's literally the next day. Yesterday was the 18th. This is the 19th. Jesus. All right. British Supreme Court Lord Chief Justice's office. Did you sleep last night, Mr. Naruhodo? No, not at all. It was an enormous hotel, wasn't it? The rooms were so luxurious. I felt like we were staying in the palace. In a palace. And with all the gas lights twinkling, it was brighter than day, even in the middle of night. What about the enormous beds? After my time on the SS Bureau, I wasn't going to waste a single inch of that space. I spent the entire night rolling from one side of the mattress to the other. Oh yes, it really was the sort of night you can only dream of normally. Except when I learned that we owed three pounds for the rooms, that dream quickly turned into a nightmare. Oops, sorry about that. The building was so impressive and the entrance so inviting, I just wandered in without thinking. In a lodging house in Japan, that sum of money would put a roof over your head for a whole year. I did try, but I'm afraid I couldn't help my tears when we were presented with the bill. I really am sorry. Well, never mind. We must find some more affordable lodging straight away, though. If we're not careful, our entire Stepton will be used up in 10 days or less. London is a scary place. Good morning to you at this early hour. Oh, it's the guy, ain't it? It's the Final Fantasy boss. Oh, yes. Well. Good morning to you, Lord Chief Justice. We have come to report on the outcome of the trial at the Old Bailey yesterday. Susaru-san is amazing. She doesn't bat an eyelid, even in the presence of the imposing Lord Strongheart. Yes, I believe you had a very comprehensive initiation into British courtroom practices. Oh, yes, it was very eye-opening, thank you. And in accordance with your instructions, Lord Strongheart, Mr. Naruhodo performed his duties to the end. Yes, I've already been appraised of the events. You conducted a remarkable defense. You may consider the test passed. Oh, no longer are you a student from the Empire of Japan. You may henceforth claim to be a fully fledged lawyer. My country is delighted to welcome young talent from such a remote eastern land. Thank you very much. So I'm a lawyer now. Now, in view of your new appointment, I have a fresh case in mind for you. I'd like you to take it at once. I trust that it won't be a problem. Another case already? Nothing trains a lawyer better than practical experience. I'm sure I don't sense dissatisfaction, do I? Ellipsis. It's just that yesterday's trial ended unusually. I haven't quite come to terms with it. What's to come to terms with? The man was cleared. What more were you hoping for? Ellipsis. The culpability of the defendant has not, at the present time, been established by this court. And consequently, the jury will not be required to proffer judgment. Well, Lord Von Zikes, it's been a pleasure, so it has. As for you, my dear fella, I couldn't have asked for a better defense. I just couldn't help wondering. I just can't help wondering if Mr. Miguel really was innocent. Mr. Naruhodo. It's just that I never managed to ascertain the truth. And then the trial ended. Ellipsis. Well, you needn't let it trouble you a second longer. Sorry? Oh, what do you mean, Strongheart? He's gonna say he's dead. Mr. Miguel passed away immediately following the trial. No! What? Mr. Miguel is dead? I have 19 minutes and 41 seconds until the next engagement. Time enough to talk. I knew it. He was the one inside he had to be the one inside the omnibus. He had to be. It had to be. It's all my fault. So is our next trial his murder? No, I don't think so. I think the next trial has to do with the lady who was stabbed in the beginning of the thing. But it I don't know. We'll have to see. All right. Conversation. Mr. Miguel's death. I don't understand. What happened? How can he be dead? After the trial concluded yesterday, there was a great commotion in Old Bailey. As you presumably recalled, an omnibus has been wheeled into the courtroom. Yes, of course. That was the scene of the crime which Mr. Miguel has been accused of. Precisely. Well, while the bailiff attention was diverted by some other matter, the omnibus went up in flames. No. How could such a thing have happened? That is being investigated as we speak, but already. The police have identified a corpse found inside the charred shell of the carriage as that of Mr. Miguel. That's awful. The man must have slipped inside while the bailiff attendant was elsewhere. That bailiff really needs to pay more attention. And how could that have happened? That's also being investigated as we speak. Ellipsis. Thinking back now, immediately after the trial, Mr. Miguel did mention going back into the courtroom to look at the omnibus. Well, I must be making tracks now. This time for the inspection. Sorry, what inspection? They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for myself. An inspection of the omnibus. Not to my knowledge. I don't believe Scotland Yard had any intention of re-examining the carriage. But then who was Mr. Miguel talking about? Never mind that now. The Yard is making a thorough investigation. This matter is no longer any concern of yours. Leave it to the police. Poor Mr. Miguel. The bailiff killed him? I think Von Zikes killed him. I think he killed him. Or set it up. He said it was far from over. British court. So, how did you find your first taste of our country's Supreme Court? Oh, well, I don't know. I mean, it was, wow. Mr. Naruhodo means the whole experience was steeped in the solemnity of the Great Britain's long history. It's really a whole world apart from our judicial system in Japan, which is only a few short decades old. Wow, Susoru-san has such a way with words. And you seem to have a way with failing to find the right ones. See? See? How did she know what I was saying? What? That doesn't make sense. Look at the way he's saying it. Look at what he said. Wow, Susada-san has such a way with words. The way it's written makes it sound like he's saying it inside his head. How does everybody know his inner thoughts? It's so weird. I can't be the only one that thinks this is strange. Like the judge did it, she's done it. It's very strange. The judicial system here is the most advanced in the world. Learn all you can. This is so strange. Ellipsis. The most advanced in the world, is it? It was fortunate that your very first trial was a simple affair. Simple? That was simple? As I believe I mentioned yesterday morning, it was a trial you couldn't lose. I don't mean to be contrary, Lord Strongheart, but the case was anything but simple. He's not wrong. That case was far from simple. Ellipsis. The circumstances of the case were so incriminating, I was stunned when I first heard of them. In fact, I'm still finding it hard to believe that we managed to get a favorable verdict. Ellipsis. Is something funny? No, my apologies. However, the fact is that you did receive the non-guilty verdict you set out to achieve. Maybe it's implying that he's thinking out loud and he doesn't expect anyone else to comment on him talking to himself. I don't know. I have no idea. It's very strange because in the in the original Phoenix Wrights games, Phoenix does that a lot too. He'll sit there and he'll talk to himself, but nobody comment on what he was saying to himself. Not at all. The only the only person who would do it was Mai, because she was a ghost or like a spirit. So she was already dead. So there was already some supernatural things going on with her anyway. But outside of that, no one ever replied to what Phoenix was ever saying inside his head throughout the game. And it was in the same text. It was blue with, you know, it's so strange. I don't it's weird. And that can only be attributed to the exceptional talent. Wouldn't you agree? Well, I don't know about that. Ellipsis. Well, never mind. You exceeded my expectations, I freely admit. That much at least is an undeniable truth. Which is precisely why I have prepared the new case for you that I mentioned before. What's going on? Listen, what was he going to say before? See, he's not saying this out loud. That is not something you say out loud, because obviously he could hear him and be like, oh, you wanted to know what I was going to say? Or not even. Like he could, I don't know, it's weird. New case? Could you perhaps give us some more details about the new case you mentioned? Don't tell me. It's a murder, and the trial starts in 10 minutes. Don't worry. It's nothing so alarming or quite so urgent as your last assignment. See, he didn't comment on it right there. In fact, this case is completely different. Oh, I see. Did he just read my mind? That is to say, no one has died as yet. What? And the trial will not be today. There is plenty of time to research the case thoroughly. 23 hours, 43 minutes, 19 seconds to be precise. So the trial's tomorrow then. Ellipsis. Is everything all right? Oh, yes, I'm just a little confused. That's all. Yesterday's trial was, well, it's left me wondering if I'm really cut out for being a lawyer. Oh, Mr. Naruhodo. I don't know if I could face standing in that courtroom again after Mr. Miguel's trial. Ah, yes, I nearly forgot. There was one similarity with yesterday's case. Once again, there is currently no one to advocate for the defense. Oh. If the situation remains unchanged, the trial will start tomorrow with the defendant unrepresented. And if that happens, I need not to remind you of the inevitable outcome. The most terrible end awaits the defendant. Yes, that's right. Here we go again. Your time is up. You will have to excuse me. I would advise you to begin making preparations for tomorrow's trial. After all, the clock is ever ticking. There is now but 23 hours, 26 minutes, and 39 seconds until the court sits. Last time he mentioned it was 23, he said there's plenty of time. And one more thing, Mr. Naruhodo. There is something I should like to ask you. Oh, what is it? What's that? Yesterday, you remarked upon something. Dun, 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 dun. That you intended to see through the will of your late compatriot, Mr. Azugi. Ellipsis? I would be interested to hear what exactly you mean by that. Inside 34 seconds. Oh, well, Kazama always used to say, you see, that he wanted to learn how the greatest justice system in the world works so he could change ours in Japan. Now that he's gone, I'd like to work towards that myself, and there's another thing. Oh? Another thing. Continue. On the way here on the steamship, he had something that, he said something to me. There's something very important that I have to do. Something very important. And what exactly would that be? He never had a chance to tell me. I suppose he would have done out of time. Well, thank you for your enlightening discussion. Damn it, I didn't get to read it. I suppose he would have done if he had ever made it to Great Britain. Mr. Naruhodo, what's all this about? Mr. Aragosi never once mentioned anything of this sort to me. I urge you both to focus your attention on the matter at hand. Wait, isn't that the guy we saw yesterday? Yeah, okay. I've taken the liberty of summoning the police inspector in charge of the case. He'll be able to appraise you of the details. How long has he been there? So, I wish you the best of luck and bid you farewell. Ellipsis. There's something very important that I have to do, Kazama-sama. What did you mean? I wish I knew, but honestly, you never told me. Anyway, we had better talk to the detective, don't you think? Yes, you're right. I hope I'm just imagining it, but I wouldn't say he looks pleased to see us at all. Hey, what has he got in his hand? Could we trouble you? What do you think? Lovely weather, isn't it? What's the weather got to do with anything? Listen to me, you young Japanese upstart. Some flippering about the weather doesn't get every English gent eating out of your hand, you know. But Susada-san told me it was foolproof. I'm a busy man, a very bit. What is this animation? What is this? My man is just eating the crap out of whatever that is. I'm a busy man, a very busy man. There's a crime scene to investigate, but here we're having to give the likes of you a talking to. Oh, I'm ever so sorry. Can you imagine what the other officers there will be saying? Haven't seen George anywhere, have you? No, he's too busy with the bigwigs these days. And all because of some bumpkin who's here on a jaunt from a country I've never even heard of. Hear that ripping sound? That's my reputation at the yard going to Tedder's. There's no need to rip us apart as well. I don't believe we've been introduced. This is Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a defense lawyer. Eh? It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Sue. Eh? It's lovely weather we're having today, isn't it? Why has his personality changed like drastically? Ellipsis. It is unusually fine, I grant you. London's winters don't see a lot of sunshine. Unbelievable. How did she pull that off? She has powers. It's called being a girl. So, Lord Strongheart has asked me to fill you in on the case. The name's Tobias Gregson. Inspector Gregson to you. I'm from Scotland Yard. Gregson? Inspector Gregson? What's the matter, Susato-san? Does the detective's name mean something to her? London's first simp. This dude like totally froze and changed, and he's like, okay, I'm gonna stop being an ass all of a sudden. He's being a dick. Inspector, are you perhaps the Inspector Gregson? Ellipsis. You're acting like you know this man, Miss Susato, but he's a London detective. Oh, I do know him very well, in fact. Very well? Yes. He's featured prominently in the adventure of Herlock Sholmes. Oh, in that publication? What is it called? Rancis Magazine? That's right. Inspector Gregson and Mr. Sherlock enjoy a wonderful friendly rivalry. Really? You rival the Great Sholmes? That's incredible. Well, I don't know about that. Mr. Sholmes isn't a professional like myself, of course, but he does come up with the goods from time to time. Mr. Sholmes is equally complimentary about you, too. Inspector, isn't he? You've earned his highest praise. Gregson is the pick of a bad lot of all the Scotland Yards. Those are his own words. That's his highest praise. Well, Mr. Sholmes isn't practically known for giving compliments, you see. That he is not. Thanks to that magazine, my name's known all over London town now. That's great, isn't it? I have to admit that to start with, I was a little, well, flattered by all the attention. Everyone wanted to shake my hand, and my reputation at the yard went through the roof. Well, that's wonderful. No, it's not. There's nothing more sinister than the man on the street. People are always looking at me now. They're whispering rumors about me under their breath, I'm sure. Rumors? Are you quite sure? He's changed since he started appearing in these stories. The fame's gone to his head, stuff like that. Oh gosh. Do you really think people are saying such mean-spirited things about you? Like I said, They whisper, so I can't catch exactly what they're saying, but I know what folks are like. I'm sure that's what they're saying. As sure as eggs is eggs. What is it? What? What saying is this? Ellipsis. I get the feeling this detective could be very hard work. Oh dear, perhaps the sudden rise in fame does change people. Na, 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 na. Dana, 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 dana. So, about the case that Lord Chief Justice mentioned before. Nothing to tell, really. As far as we're concerned at the yard, it couldn't be simpler. Oh dear, that probably means that as far as we're concerned as lawyers, it couldn't be more complicated. I wish you were wrong about that, but I have a nasty feeling you're right. A young woman was walking along the pavement on the Briar Road when she was stabbed from behind. Unfortunately, it wasn't fatal, but she's still laid up in the hospital unconscious. That's despicable. What sort of coward would attack the poor woman from behind? I suppose you would have finished whoever it was off with a suicidal takedown, wouldn't you? That is neither here nor there, Mr. Naruhodo. Brace yourself, Ryunosuke. You've angered her now. Anyways, after something of a worthwhile investigation, the criminal was arrested. He barely had time for a cup of tea after the incident took place, to be honest. So there must have been something left at the crime scene that led you directly to the culprit? Or perhaps a reliable witness who recognized the person in question? Let me stop you right there. You're wasting your time on this one. Sorry? There's nothing you can do. There's no way to help the bloke now. What? Why ever not? Simple. The prosecutor that has been assigned to the trial tomorrow is Lord Baron von Zikes. No. Sounds like you've heard of him then. Oh yes, we're very familiar with Lord von Zikes. Believed to be the harboring of death itself, the Reaper of Bailey. The Reaper of Bailey. Lord Baroque von Zikes, who we faced in court only yesterday. Mr. Miguel told us about him before the trial, didn't he? When von Zikes stands for prosecution, they call the accused his sacrificial lambs. And in every single trial in which he has been a prosecutor, the accused has been damned. This Reaper of the Bailey nickname, I suppose he earned that because every defense he advocates against is found guilty. Is that it? Ellipsis. Well, if that's the case, we should inform you, Inspector, that in yesterday's trial against von Zikes, Mr. Naruhodo secured a verdict of not guilty. And what of it? Oh, well, I think that means that even against the Reaper of Bailey, it's not impossible to save the defendant. No. You really don't have a clue, do you? What do you mean? What happened to the bloke at the, what happened to the bloke in the end, eh? He's dead. Ah. Magnus Miguel became a cropper in the Omnibus when it went up in flames. So you can't rightfully say you saved a defendant, can you? What? What are you saying? Look, if Von Zikes could get the dirt to stick on anyone, he'd be a miracle worker. But that's not how it goes. He doesn't work miracles. He works black magic. I'd have a good long think about it if I were you. Are you really supposed to believe that? Ellipsis. Alright, well, I filled you in as requested, and I'm very nearly out of chips. So I'll be heading back to the crime scene now. We're still carrying out a few investigations there. It was Briar Road, you said, didn't you? Where the incident took place? That's correct, ma'am. If you head over to the holding cells, you can meet the criminal himself. You've branded him a criminal already? He's as good as shaking like a leaf in his cell, he is. It'll give you a chuckle, if nothing else. He's inmate 53. Speak to the jailer and he'll show you the way. Inmate 53, thank you. Ellipsis. So there's no helping anyone against the Reaper of Bailey, so they say. Is something troubling you, Mr. Naruhodo? Ellipsis. To tell the truth, when I recall yesterday's trial, I can't stop myself from shaking. The idea of facing the Reaper in court again is, well, if you think it's too much for you, there's no shame in turning the case down. That takes courage too. Ellipsis. But if the man they have arrested is innocent. Exclamation point. You could well imagine he'd be shaking like a leaf in his cell. And I, for one, wouldn't find the sight of that any funny. So, if I'm honest, I'm still reeling from the shock of yesterday's events myself. And I'm really not sure if I'll be able to help this man, whoever he is. But I'd like to try. So I think I'm gonna make some inquiries. Will you help? Ellipsis. Did you really think you had to ask? After all, I am your judicial assistant. Thank you. So then, shall we? Yes. Let's go. Alright, I gotta drink some water. Alright, I got some more water. But I haven't drunk it yet. Hold on. Okay. Oh boy. Let's see. Move. So we got Lord Chief Justice's office. We got Briar Road, the scene of the crime, and we got the prison cell. Where should we go first? Briar Road? We all know that the criminal is Rincon, so he's as good as guilty. The 19th February, Briar Road. What is up with this bike? So this is where it happened. Briar Road. Ah, look, Mr. Naruhodo. Look at that regulation metal helmet. It's unmistakable. The man of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. Chat, educate me here. What exactly is Scotland Yard? Is it like, is it like Congress? Of, like in America? Or it's the, oh, so it's just a different name for the police? That's all? Scotland is is cops for England, I believe. Hey, cop, by the way. Hey. And Roy, hey. Okay, I didn't know. Is that the is that where they have like the big dudes with the big hats standing outside in front of? You know what I'm talking about? Because I have no idea. I think it's actually the location they are based in. No, the giant black hats is Buckingham Palace. Oh, okay. And those are like guards, right? Or something? Yeah, those are royal guards. Okay. London Metropolitan Police is Scotland Yard. Okay. And that still is a thing today? Saying Scotland Yard is like saying NYPD. Oh, okay. All right, I get it. All right, I wasn't sure. The men of Scotland Yard are here. They're investigating as we speak. They say New Scotland Yard now? Why is it New Scotland Yard? Instead of... That is their job, you know. Mr. Naruhodo. To see one with my own eyes. They're often depicted in the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, but I never dreamt I'd ever come this close to a real buddy hat or bobby hat helmet. Sorry. What? The helmet? Of course. I have to try one on. I have to try one on one day. Well, I hope your hatty dream comes true. Well, I don't see Inspector Grayson anywhere. Shall we see if we can sneak past and investigate the scene of the stabbing? Why should we sneak? I don't want to upset one of those bobbies and be butted on the head by one of those metal helmets. My skull would crack in two, I'm sure. Oh no. The English bobby would never do such a thing. This is a land of gentlemen, you know. Chat, is it true that London police don't carry guns? Is that true? You enjoying your tea there, sir? Oh, a British bicycle, look. Although the wheel is so misshaped, I'm sure it couldn't possibly be ridden anymore. Someone must have been doing some breakneck cycling. It seems bicycles have become extremely popular in London recently. There's even a movement to change women's dresses to allow them to ride as well. The bicycle fad won't last. I don't see why anyone would want to ride something like that. Google says that only 17% of officers in London are authorized to use firearms. Wow, that's so different from America. Wow. That's crazy. It's like it's a different world. Goodness, do you dislike bicycles? No, not at all. I mean, it's not like I dislike them exactly. It's just that any occupation that involves taking both your feet off firm ground seems reckless. If you'd ever tried walking on stilts and fallen into the river, you'd know. I know you'd agree with me. We'll have to hire a bicycle sometime. You can sit behind me while I ride it around. How would that work? Yeah, patrolling officers don't carry guns, I believe. They have to call the armed guard to see a cop with a gun. And it looks like they have a special unit that is called in only when needed. Really? Man, that is so different. That's so different. It's crazy how different it is. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Time certainly seems to have taken its toll on the place. It looks crocked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks in decently worse shape than the other houses around here. We must find some cheap lodgings ourselves as soon as possible. Yes, you're right. Cheap, but definitely with a reasonable level floors. Alright, so none of this. Wait, why are the windows brick? Oh, look at the window. Look at the windows of that building there. Are you sure they're windows? Yes, but they're all filled with bricks. Oh, you're right. I wonder why. Perhaps it's an empty property where nobody lives at the moment? There's some smoke coming from the chimney, though. Oh dear, everything still feels very foreign. There's so much we have to learn about this place. There are piles of snow on the pavement here and there, but the road itself is covered in carriage tracks. It seems carriages often travel down Briar Road. It soon disperses all the snow. I slipped over when I was walking down the pavement earlier. It seems like it would be far safer to walk in the road instead. Oh, but you're rather small, Mr. Naruhodo, and dressing in all black. I worry a coachman might not see you and you could be flattened by a horse. Well, thank you for the rather small concern. Oh my god. It looks like the UK has some very strict gun laws, so probably far less people own firearms than in the US. Yeah, I won't say, I definitely can't say I'm educated in gun laws in other countries for sure. It's just very surprising. I always find it fascinating, you know, because at the end of the day, we're all people, right? But some of us just live our lives so differently, or like the rules that are established in the places that we obviously don't have a choice in being born into are just so different from one another. It's always fascinating to see or to hear about. Oh, that's a Scotland Yard carriage. They use vehicles like that in a rush, like that to rush to the crime scene and cart away criminals. You're well informed, aren't you? It's long been a dream of mine to ride one of those through the streets of London. Well, just pick a stone and throw it through one of the windows then. But that would mean being arrested in order to ride it, wouldn't it? Still, if it's the only way, help me find a good stone. Susaru! No. I wasn't serious. How could you say something like that? What a delightful snowman. I didn't realize the English had a tradition of making snowmen as well. It looks a little creepy though. Oh, it has a scarf, look. You'd need one if you were out in the freezing cold all the time. I wish I had one. I'm afraid our budget is somewhat frozen at the moment too. We certainly can't afford a scarf. Surely the snowman here wouldn't mind missing his. But the person who made the snowman certainly would. Yeah, you're right. See, she just read our mind again. Yes, I know, you're right. Anyway, even if I borrowed it, it wouldn't do much to warm my neck, would it? It's covered in snow. Okay. I assume this is gonna be one. Yeah. This patch of pavement must be where the incident occurred. Yes, it's very wide, open space, isn't it? That's true. I can't see anywhere an attacker would have been hiding. Oi! What are you foreigners doing here? Oi! Oh, we're just investigating the scene, officer. Conspiring with the mustache fella from Japan, are ya? Conspiring? Coming here to destroy evidence, have ya? Get out of here before I give you idling. Go on. He shoot us away like rats. Yes. We should give him a wide berth, I think. What a disappointing experience. That's one of the officers from Scotland Yard. The police are making sure the crime scene is undisturbed. I have a feeling that if we wander too close, we'll be clapped in irons. I think perhaps you're being a little overcautious. We've done nothing wrong, so we have no cause for concern. Oh no, I'm not getting caught out. I'm not getting caught out again. Twice is enough. Twice I found myself in handcuffs despite not knowing a thing about what's going on. Yes, you've had some dreadful experiences. I'm sure it's that wide-eyed look of panic you're so prone to. It does you no favors at all. Ugh. Anything else? No, not over here. Except the chimney, I guess. The clouds look so big and heavy in the sky, don't they? And with the dense fog as well, everything looks hazy. Well, it is known as foggy London town. I can't I can make out just some sort of spiral in the fog. It looks like it's still being made, though. Yes. That must be the Great Crystal Tower. Being built for the Great Exhibition that will be open in 6 months. Did you check out the bike? We did check out the bike, yeah. Apparently, it's going to be very striking, glazed on all the sides, and the symbolic centerpiece of the expedition. Oh, so they're talking about this right here. It's to be the largest expedition in history, isn't it? I can't even imagine to begin. I can't even begin to imagine. All right, I think that's everything. Okay, so all right, yeah, I think that's everything. Okay, let's move. Let's go to the prison. Local prison cell, cell 9. So these are British prison cells. Oh, they're ghastly. It feels just like a dungeon. Yes. And having experienced it in Japan myself, I can assure you that our wooden cells feel a lot cozier than these cold stone walls. Oh no. Oh, don't, Mr. Naruhodo. You're making it seem worse. Apparently, our client is in the cell here. But it's so dark in there, I can't make him out. I wonder what he's like. Inmate 53, your legal representation is here to see you. Stop idling at the back of the cell and show your face at once. Am I a cat? As yet with no name. Calling me by a number is utterly, unbelievably, unjustly unreasonable. I refuse the answer. Ellipsis. Mr. Naruhodo, what? What do you think is going on here? I have no idea. But I wasn't just hearing things, was I? That tirade of complaints was in Japanese. Ellipsis. Excuse me, but who? Shh. Quiet. Ellipsis. They're all around, hiding. I know they are. Oh, God, he's paranoid. They're watching, listening. Even now, I can sense it. Ellipsis. Right. So, could I ask you exactly? There you are. You've come to curse me, haven't you? Don't try hiding it. You're a ghost. A ghost? Ellipsis. Ellipsis. We mean you no harm, prisoner-san. Are you Japanese by any chance? Ellipsis. This is beyond my wildest dreams. What is going on here? Forgive me for my outburst before. I'm so sorry. Oh, it's fine. We're just a little surprised, that's all. Imagine it. It's been 12 long months since I left my hometown, and here I am in a frightful fix in a foreign land. So here in the sweet Sentimental tones of a compatriot's voice here in this damp, dark hellhole was a most... What the hell? What the hell? Most momentally moving moment. Monumentally. Who could have guessed that this new client, Lord Strongheart, assigned to us, would turn out to be a fellow Japanese? Ah. What compassion my fellow countrymen show. To dispatch a first-class lawyer all the way from Japan to defend a mere foreign student. Noble, nurturing, never failing Nippon. This guy just did like 15 poses. A first-class lawyer? Oh dear, I think there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I wonder, would you be so kind to tell us what happened? Why you been detained as a suspect, for example? Yes, I can, I will. Shout, sully, and silent. I'm not quite sure I understand what he means, but he seems happy. Yes, he does. I just hope he actually has a good reason to be. Thank you for your cooperation. I'm a lawyer, as you said. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. And I'm Naruhodo's Jujitsu assistant, Susato Miku Taba. I am a visiting student here, sent here by our government. Notably, notoriously named Natsumi. Oh no, is it Susiki? Susiki? I think that's how you pronounce it, Susiki, I think. Okay. Hold on, chat. I gotta be AFK again. Sorry for all the AFKs. I gotta be right back real quick. Okay. Susiki? I think that's how you pronounce it. Susiki? Or Susikai? I don't think it's Kai, though. I'm not really sure. Natsumi. Susiki Natsumi-san. What an unusual name. Call me Susiki, please. I looked it up. Susiki wrote a bunch of novels and Chinese poems. Really? He's a real person? Really? Please, call me Susiki, please. I'm a poet, you see. A writer of haikus. There you go. There it is. It's something of a... Oh, God. It's something of a... Naughty plum? I have no idea. Naughty plum. You mean an alias? That's right, Naruhodo-san. No. Don't be so... Brosidic. I don't even know what that word means. Having the style or depiction of purpose, lacking poetic boot of beauty, basically dull. Okay. It's much more refined than that. And haiku, that really reminds me of home. Did I hear you say that you were a visiting student sent here by the government? Yes, that's right. A year ago, I was told to go and study English. First, I had to suffer that misery, and now this. It's beyond the pale. Suffer that misery? Did you not want to study here? No. I mean, I've had an interest in Great Britain for some years, of course. Oh? But just because the government tells you to do something doesn't mean you can do it, no? What do you mean? If they told me to study English literature that I could understood, that's my field. But no, they told me to study the English language. Utterly, unbelievably, unjustly, unreasonable. I see. Only the other day I was told to send a report of my about my first year here. I tendered a blank piece of paper. Wise words on white wasabi. I'm just gonna say wasabi. You must be a man of great standing. Yes. So I am so often told. Often like being, and often like to be told, it seems. The accusations against you. It's a French phrase that means pen name. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Thank you. Could you perhaps tell us exactly why you've been arrested, Suzuki-san? I didn't do it. I didn't commit that atrocious murder. Murder? No. It's all right. The woman didn't actually die, did she? But she was stabbed with a knife right before my eyes. Why is he clenching so hard? Before your eyes? You mean you saw the attacker? Ellipsis. I didn't see anyone. What? If I had seen the person who did it, do you think I'd be locked up in here? Oh dear, it seems this case is becoming rather complicated. Why me? Why me? Why did that silly woman have to be stabbed in front of me? Why couldn't she be stabbed in front of someone else? It's a curse. The curse of London. It's incredibly, inexcusably, irritatingly, inconvenient. So Suzuki-san was there at the scene, but he didn't see the attacker. It's vital we find out more about the case. It wasn't a cursed evening, just after the snow had started to clear and heavy with fog. I've been to the bookstore to buy some books, and I was on my way back to my accursed lodgings. Sure, the bookshop wasn't a curse, too. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was. And just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed into the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. Oh my God, look at that. Oh my God. How terrible. I came out to the woman. I called out to the woman, but she didn't move. It was like a ghostly, a ghoulish, a grim graveyard. A slight exaggeration there, perhaps. I was terrified. I had to go. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. That's not good. They'll say it was shameful, I know, to run away like that. Tell me, Suzuki-san, was the victim an acquaintance of yours? Don't be ridiculous. Don't think I know any of these fair-haired English, and a young woman at that. I'm different. Sly, timid, unsure. I can't talk to people. I see. A young woman unknown to Suzuki-san. And at the time it happened, who else did you see nearby? Did anyone else? Did anybody pass you? Ellipsis. Regrettably, perhaps from myself and the woman, I didn't see a soul. No one? Oh, great. So the victim was unknown to you, and there was nobody else on the street at the time. That creates something of a conundrum, doesn't it? What conundrum? Oh my God. It's not that hard to figure out, Ryu. If he couldn't see the lady and nobody saw him, how's he gonna defend himself? It's not that hard to figure out, Ryu. Come on. I wonder why he can't talk to people. Just say he's a little strange. Does that work? What do you mean, Susato-san? Susato-san, what's the conundrum? Well, if what Mr. Suzuki-san just told me is true, there's something I can't explain. He says that he doesn't know the victim, that there was no one else at the scene. Then he apparently fled without having been seen. I did. But if that's the case, surely this man has to be the culprit. You. He's gonna be like, you little shit. What did you just say? Nothing. I didn't say anything. Oops. Perhaps I thought that a little loudly. Actually, that's not what was troubling me. What I was thinking was, how did Suzuki-san actually come to be arrested? Sorry? He didn't touch the victim and there was nobody at the scene. To see him. How did the police ever discover that he was there in the first place? Oh yeah, she's right. It was him. It was who? The accused, the accursed great detective. He led the police to me. All the bad luck. The accursed great collective detective. Could it be? I shall never forget that man's name as long as I live. With his haughty laugh and his self-proclaimed greatness. British, brass, big-headed. Oh God, he's back. May you be cursed until the end of your days, Herlock Shlomes. I knew it. Mr. Slomes. Oh my God, there's another one. Well, I didn't expect to hear that name from this man's lips, that's for sure. It was the morning after that nightmare had unfolded on the pavement before me. I was gnawing on a silver of hard cheese when some man suddenly burst through the door. They started shouting at me. This is the police, put the weapon down. Yes, it was the silver, it was the thin sliver, and yes, it was hard. But I wasn't eating a weapon. Disgusting, dietary, discriminating devils. What the fuck? You clearly had a trying morning yesterday. What is this? This is so strange. And there he was in the middle of all the policemen, grinning like a cashier cat. That Herlock Shlomes. Yes, it actually is just Herlock. He's English. I've since found out that he's a famous name in detection here in London. Yes, the great detective really is well known. Dun, dun, dun. And his overly sharp mind managed to deduce my whereabouts, apparently. He thinks I'm the knife-wielding madman. Me, this stooped kitten of a man. I wonder what the great detective I wonder what the great deduction process led him to this conclusion this time. What do you mean? What do you mean to say? That Mr. Sloane's deductions was the only reason the police arrested you? That would be really most unreasonable. Ellipsis. Well, thing is, I was thrown into a panic when they barged their way in. Of course you were. That's only natural. I mean, yeah, that's true. I was terrified and trembling, and they kept throwing questions after questions at me in impossible English. Fiendish, foreigner, film, inflammatory. These are so random. Like, they're completely random. Well, we are in England. You can't really blame them for questioning you in English. That's a point. Good point, but my mind went blank. Are we speaking English or Japanese right now? We're speaking Japanese. Because the guy is Japanese himself. And good morning, Rain. How you doing? Happy Tuesday. So you made yourself look guilty out of being nervous. I mean, that's reasonable, right? I mean, that's totally reasonable, man. Like, dude, getting arrested and get false claims, they happen all the time. They can happen super easily. So, I can't blame this guy for being skittish when the cops showed up. Especially since he's a foreigner, too. They'll just blame it on him. Good point, but my mind went blank. I knew I had to answer, but I didn't know what to say. So I just kept repeating things like, yes, I do, and I'm fine. Next thing I knew, I was in Manculus, and before I knew it, I was thrown in here. Oh dear, I'm afraid that's hardly surprising. I'm fine. He's not fine now. Whoa! Why did it sound like a gunshot? Mr. Naruhodo Escuri? Oh, you can just call me Naruhodo. And when we're speaking English, a simple mister is more than enough. Oh, yes, all right. Yes, they've really got to me. This country is poisoning my mind. Ellipsis. But please, I beg you, defend me in court tomorrow. You can tell them what really happened. You'll do it, won't you? Well, why? Why is it so hard to say yes to me? Well, the thing is, I'm just a student like yourself on a study tour. It wouldn't be Akka without some creative pronunciation. Look, I am full aware that I do not know every word that exists in the world. But I try. I try. A student? I have a defense case. I have a defense. I have defended a case in Old Bailey. Only the one, though. But at this moment in time, I really don't know what I'm supposed to believe in. I'm confused about what justice in this country even means. Oh, Naruhodo-san. Oh, Naruhodo-san. I'm not even the foreign student who was supposed to be here. I'm sort of a locum lawyer, I suppose. Locum warrior? Okay, I've never even seen this word before. What is this? Locum warrior? A person who stands in temporarily. Wow, okay, so this is deliberately a British word. A person who stands in temporarily for someone else of the same profession, especially a clerk or a doctor. Huh. Yeah, it's like a substitute. Yeah, apparently that's like a British word. Okay. I had no idea. Could you imagine all the work that they like, okay, so all the work they did for this game to one, do the game in Japanese, because these games are Japanese only until this came out, which came out not that long ago, like less than a couple months. And then they what? Either studied the like old English and stuff like that. It must have took a long time to write all this stuff out. But that armband, that's the mark of a defense lawyer from our great empire. It's a keepsake from a man who should have been here. He was my best friend. A keepsake. Dude, he is shaking in fear right now. He's like, "Oh, hey, I'm the defense lawyer that's supposed to be defending you, but I'm not really actually a lawyer." Ellipsis. He's like, "I'm doomed. I know exactly what they're saying about me." Oh? Who do you mean? The lawyers. All the British defense lawyers. They won't defend me. Goodness, why? Why do you say that? For the same reason as you noted before, when it happened. There was only the victim and myself around, and I ran away from the scene of the crime. I'm not a fool. I know it looks like as though I must be the culprit. It must be very hard for you, Sosuke-san. And anyways, I'm a student from overseas. I'm just a foreigner, nobody to them. Not someone to not be trusted. I heard them openly laughing about me before, in my earshot, without any compunctuation at all. Function. Any trial for this man would be a waste of time, they said. And of course the foreigner did it. Yeah, that's so messed up. They even had the galls to say, the man doesn't understand half of what's being said anyway. That's awful. That is awful. That's fucked up. They won't even... They're just gonna throw this man's entire life away. That's so messed up. Not even give him a fair chance. That's so messed up. That's awful. They're wrong. I've studied more English than half of the policemen out there on the streets. I've traveled halfway around the world to learn about these people's country and its great history. I'm surprised that he still calls it great history. Great history. Having heard what they, having heard them like talk crap behind his back. But no one here wants to listen to a man with a strange accent. They all hate me. So, at the very least. Hey, Rencon, hey, have a good rest of your Tuesday. Thanks for coming out to today's stream. Have an awesome Taco Tuesday. You too, sir. Be safe out there. So at the very least, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who can listen to me in my native tongue. Ellipsis. You can do that. Couldn't you? When I look into your eyes, I can see it. I can see what you've been through. Suzuki-san, it's just that. Ellipsis. Give me a little time, please. I'll do what I can for the time being. What do you mean? We shall investigate the case as thoroughly as possible. If we can find some clues, it will give us a much better chance, I'm sure. Ellipsis. Oh, yes. Yes, thank you. I'll be here all alone waiting for you. Lectum student, Mr. Naruhodo S. What is it? Esquire. We should be going then, Naruhodo-san. We have a case to prepare for. You look so sad. He's so sad. I guess we go to the scene of the crime. Oh, there he is. The guy that hates our guts. What's the Japanese delegation doing here? Oh, Inspector Gregson. This isn't on the tourist trail, as I'm fairly sure you're well aware. Like, this guy knows that we're a lawyer and he's talking to us like we're like some tourist person. Yes, of course. We're here to investigate. So you've been to the holding cells then. What did you think of the criminal? He's not a criminal as you put it, Inspector. He's a suspect. We'll see about that. You Japanese like to stick together, I suppose. What is that even supposed to mean? Like you don't? Like, what does that even mean? Well, do what you will. It doesn't bother me. Apparently it does. The bloke's in court tomorrow. Whatever happens, and the verdict is a foregone conclusion. This game is rich with stereotypes. It sure is. Ugh. The stone cold air of rejection. Take heart. London at this time of the year is full of stone cold air. That makes it worse somehow. Wait, I can talk to him? I mean, yeah, you're not wrong. The game being full of stereotypes is actually pretty realistic. So I appreciate it. He's not wrong though. Scotland Yard. Tell me about Scotland Yard, Inspector. Ever since I read about it in The Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, I've been fascinated by the place. The Yard is the most sophisticated policing organization you'll find anywhere in the world, ma'am. Oh, and you know, I've been dreamt of wearing a red bobby hat. It does make them look the part, seeing that policeman in there with their hat on, their helmet on. You certainly get a sense that this man is who will take no nonsense in his duty of protecting the city. Oh yes, doesn't he look wonderful? Being a London buddy is hard going, I can tell you. Oh, really? First thing in the morning, you know what he does? Goes around and rouses all the laborers on his beat so they can get off the work. What? He wakes people up. Yep. Raps on their window with a long pole. Did it myself going back a bit. I had no idea. The bubby works for the people of the town. It's just another one of his duties. After that, he starts tirelessly patrolling the streets all day long. He has to cover 20 miles a day. That's the regulation distance. Jeez, that's crazy. I can't really imagine how far that is, but it sounds like a long way. Let me see. 20 miles, that's approximately the distance from Tokyo to Yokohama. On foot? That's definitely taking things a step too far. And when it gets dark, of course, he has the important job of lighting all the gas street lamps. Oh my. I suppose in between all these duties, Bobbies are expected to investigate cases as well. And they chase after criminals trying to evade the law. I'm not so sure you could call it in between exactly. More alongside, but yes. They're expected to handle those jobs as well. We do have men kneeling over from time to time, I admit. Keeling over from time to time, I admit. Ellipsis. Walking 20 miles, that's about 8 hours, give or take. Really? Jeez. How long does it take to walk 1 mile? About 40 minutes? Give or take? Or a little less than that. Something like that? About 40 minutes? That's, Jesus. That's a lot of patrolling. I'd always dreamt of wearing one of those hats as I said. But it's with a very heavy heart that I shall have to relinquish that dream to you, Mr. Naruhodo. Your heavy heart will be my heavy head if you do. No, walking 1 mile is like 15, 20 minutes? Is it? Like 15 minutes? Really? Okay, about the case. It happened around 5 in the evening 2 days ago. Just there, on that open bit of pavement. The victim, a young woman, was stabbed with a blade from behind. Is it right that the lady is still unconscious now? You mentioned that she's been treated in the hospital. I never said she was a lady. Truth is, unless she comes around pretty smartish, we won't be able to find out much about her at all. I suppose that means they haven't been able to take a statement from her, of course. Here's a map of the local area I happen to have on me. You can take it if you want. Really? Are you sure? It's Yard's policies to give lawyers defending suspects the odd bit of information to go on. I haven't actually accepted the job yet, but still. Thank you, Inspector. We gratefully accept. A street map of the local area showing where the victim was found. Okay. Anyway, as far as we know, there was no one else on the scene other than the victim and the other fellow countrymen, your other fellow countrymen. So who did it? Do you think? Not much of a head scratcher, is it? Well, I know Mr. Natsumi is also claiming to not have seen anyone else around, but just because he didn't see anyone doesn't mean we can't be sure that no one else was present. I'm sorry to have to tell you, but we most certainly can be sure. How? Because, madam, the precise moment of the stabbing didn't go unnoticed. It what? We have 2 reliable witnesses, no less. Oh God, we know how reliable these witnesses really are. Ace Attorney witnesses are, they're the cream of the crop, of course. Like the last 2 witnesses. Ah! It was a typical foggy London day, and your client obviously didn't see them. There were witnesses now. Also, the cops have a bunch of minor things, like light, like the light and the lanterns, and write reports, as Gregson mentioned. That's true, yeah. So it's not just like they're just walking the entire time, right? That's very true. Dun, dun, dun. Who are these witnesses, Inspector? Witnesses that lie and accidentally help murderers cover up? Right. Some kind of A+ witnesses. Those are. A fella and his wife. The man's one of the most reliable and respected citizens in all of London. He's a copper from Scotland Yard. Oh God. That's already sus. That's like already very sus. At least to me, that's sus. A policeman? That might change things. This policeman just happened to be there at the exact moment the woman was attacked. Wait, why didn't he stop it? If he was there, why didn't he try to stop it? I guess maybe he was too far away. Nothing peculiar about that, ma'am. Part and parcel of being a bobby. Catching them banging the act and all that. Do you think it might be possible for us to ask that policeman a few questions? Be my guest. You can ask him what you like in court tomorrow. Oh. I've no doubt he'll be summoned as a witness. So that'll give you something to look forward to. That's that then. He's got no intention of letting us meet the man beforehand, it seems. A policeman witnessed the incident. As your judicial assistant, I must warn you that this could make our job very difficult indeed. Yeah. As a non-judicial assistant, I could have warned me of that too. Oh, and one more thing, Inspector. What? The person who led you to the suspect. I hear that he was Mr. Herlock Sholmes. Ellipsis. What are you bringing him up for? Ellipsis. Was it something I said? The color was drained from his cheeks. Herlock Shalom. Ellipsis. Uh-oh, the music changed. Uh-oh. Something happened. Who did you hear that name from? Oh, well, it was Mr. Natsumi who mentioned it. He said that Shloms was with the police when they entered his lodgings. I'm sure it was the result of one of Mr. Shlom's inspirational great deductions. Fiddle faddle. The man's an amateur, and I'm getting sick and tired of him showing his mug everywhere. Oh. Looks like someone's jealous? I don't know where he gets his info from, but he turns up at the scene of the crime. Wanders around sprouting incomprehensible rubbish. And before you know it, he claims to have solved the case. Yes, he's quite astounding, isn't he? He is a great help to Scotland Yard, though, isn't he? Gibble gabble. Ever seen this before? Yeah, that's the Rondas magazine. The wonderful publication in which the adventures of Herlock Sholmes appears. Yes, well, that wonderful publication, as you put it, sees fit to include several of Yard's detectives in its stories. And the so-called great detective makes a mockery of all of us. If you ask anyone at the Yard, it's a misadventure to be included in any Herlock Sholmes tales at all. Well, I suppose there's an element of that. We work our socks off, every one of us, only to be frumpled by the public thanks to that obnoxious detective. The man's as dangerous to us at Scotland Yard as he is to all our criminals. All your criminals. That can't really be true, can it, Inspector? Clearly, the great detective and the police have a complex relationship. Yeah, he's jealous. That's what the relationship is. That twitchy Japanese bloke goes on trial tomorrow. Are you going to defend him or not? Well, ellipsis. Makes no difference to me, but I will just say this. No London lawyer worth his salt would touch that case with a barge pole. Because the prosecution is being handled by the Reaper of Bailey, you mean? There's no way to save the man now. It's a waste of time. Crying. Could you imagine if this guy ends up dead after the case too? It is all a bit strange though. Sorry? The Reaper. He hasn't appeared in court once for a good few years now. Hey, have a nice day at work as well, Rain. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, we did hear something to that effect. And the only person he usually bothers with are the real scum. The master criminals, the violent ones. Master criminals. The violent ones. That's right. He handpicks his victims, only deals with those guaranteed to go to the gallows for their sins. But Mr. Natsuya wouldn't hang for what he's accused of, surely? That's just my point, Sunshine. Yeah, the young woman was stabbed, but it didn't kill her. Couldn't even say the intention was there. the intent was there. So this isn't the sort of case I'd be expecting the Reaper of Bailey, the Reaper, to want to sink his teeth into, from what, for want of a better phrase. Well, it's not exactly a minor infraction, is it? No. There's got to be more to it. Some reason he's taken an interest. What if it's being, like, set up? Like, what if we're being set up by the Chief Justice guy? And the Chief Justice guy knows we're going against the Reaper Bailey, and he's, like, expecting us to lose? Or something? You know? Like, what if it's like that or something? She's gonna die tomorrow during this... No, not she, no. No, he's talking about the guy we're defending. Will probably die tomorrow. Yeah, Suzuki, yeah. Really? What sort of reason, Inspector? Yeah, but not her. She's unconscious right now in the hospital. We don't really know much about the lady at all. I assume we're gonna see her later, though. You think I could tell you what's going on inside the head of that Lord of Darkness? You'll have to ask him yourself at tomorrow's trial. Are we really going to have to face the Reaper again? The Lord of Darkness, as he put it? Well, I don't think we're going to get any more useful information out of the detective. Mr. Naruhodo, can I make a suggestion? Oh, yeah, what is it? Well, it seems to me that we must speak with him about this. Ellipsis? By him, do you mean Mr. Shlomes? Yes, Mr. Herlock Shlomes. Exactly. Look at those shining eyes. You can't wait, can you? Well, Mr. Natsumi did blame Mr. Shlomes for all this, didn't he? Yes, he did. He really did. Which makes him an involved party in this case. Are you just going to ignore that? I hope not. I assure you, it's not simply my selfish desire to meet with Mr. Shlomes again. Oh, I'm sure. Oh yeah, I bet, Susato, I bet. The trouble is, we have no idea of the man's address. It's Baker Street. How do you know that? It's in the stories, of course. 221B Baker Street, the most famous address in the world. Oh, I see. Well, there's nothing stopping us from going, I suppose. We better try to find our way there before Susato-san gets any more excited and unpredictable. Hurrah! I'll summon a carriage. Wait. So we're to have a reunion already with the great detective Herlock Shlomes. Oh my gosh. I thought it was actually a new location has been added. I thought the game was actually going to automatically take us to him. All right, here we go. Mr. Shlomes. Here it is. Oh, look at this.
Thank you very much.
It's just up there overlooking the street. Good day.
Thanks again.
This is it. The residence of Mr. Herlock Sholmes.
What is that accent? What is that? Why does he have an English accent? Ready to dance and be cuffed again? I'm waiting on it. Why does he have a knife in his wall? Dude, he had an English accent. What was that? So this is where the great detective makes his living. I feel surreal to be here somehow. This is the first time we've ever seen her back at all. This is so weird. Yeah, we just literally walk into his house too. No knock, no nothing. Is it as described in the stories, Mr. Sato? Ellipsis. Susato-san? Many, many famous cases have been solved here in this very room. Oh. I suppose they must have been, yes. I never read the story, so it's hard to get quite excited about it as she seems to be. The detective chases the villain relentlessly as he disappears into the fog down a unit. No, down an unlit London street. Oh, the thrill of it. The romanticism. You can feel your heart. Can't you feel your heart thumping in your chest? Oh my God. Is she far gone or what? Can't you, Mr. Naruhodo? Oh, I suppose I can, yes. So, if you don't mind, I'll just stand here and soak up the atmosphere for a while longer. Please don't mind me. Ah, she's obsessed. That's putting it mildly, too. Well, it looks like our detective friend isn't home at the present. Excuse me, is anyone home? Oh, do we have a visitor? Wait, it's that girl. Hello? Is it a big new case for Mr. Sloan? It's the girl from the previous case. The lady who had the big missile launcher. We never learned her name. Hello. Ellipsis. Wait. Aren't you? Oh. How rude of me. I'll go and make some tea at once. I'm sure it's the same girl. Mr. Sato, did you see the girl who was just here? Oh, yes. Isn't it truly extraordinary? To think that the king of Bohemia came to this very room to ask Mr. Shaloms to take on his case. Oh, my God. Look at her fangirling. She's fangirling so bad right now. Like, so bad. She's not even focused on the case at all. The king of Bowera? The king Wilhelm Gastrowitsch Sigismund von Ernstein, of course. Sorry, I'm drawing a blank. Forget the adventures of Herlock Sholmes for a moment and look over there. The tea's brewing. I have a fresh baked cake as well. Ah, it's you. I knew it. Susato-san recognized her too. It's the girl. Ah, there you are. And taking that with you as well. I was looking forward to the trial run of my experimental smoke grenade launcher. Is she our Watson? Maybe. I forgot about Watson. Oh, good day to you. I'm the inventor, I suppose, of that machine. It's the girl who turned up at the end of Mr. Goodell's trial in the defendant's antechamber. I've never met a lawyer from the Far East before. Poor you, having to get straight to work when you've only just arrived in London. Oh, yeah, it was challenging. Well, try this tea. It's my special blend, you know. Thank you. Is tea supposed to look that color? Oh my, what a fragrant yellow, mellow flavor. Hooray, it's a winner. I tried blending different leaves designed to alleviate fatigue, you see. You must be exhausted after a long voyage here. And you have another ticklish trial tomorrow. Oh, and you're to defend a Japanese man. I do wish you lots and lots of luck. How does she know all this, by the way? Did Mr. Slomes tell you about us by any chance? Oh, you know Harley, do you? Wait, Harley? What? Harley? Mr. Slomes, do you, surely? Mr. Slomes was a fellow passenger on the boat that brought us to Great Britain, you see. Was he really? Well, I had no idea. I'm afraid Harley is out on an errand again today, even though he just arrived from overseas. Wait a minute. You met this girl for the first time ever yesterday after the trial, and only briefly at a time at that. How on earth does she know so much about us? Did she deduce all those things, do you think? Perhaps more to the point. Why is she here in Mr. Slome's suit? Oh, silly me. I haven't introduced myself, have I? It's a great pleasure to meet you both. My name is Iris Wilson. Iris Wilson. Not Watson. Wilson. I live here together with Harley. Or Hurley. I guess it's Hurley. Ah, Iris, is it? What a lovely name. What? What's the matter? No, wait. This can't be. Did you just say that your name is Wilson? What's the matter with Susato-san? Why is she so flustered all of a sudden? Yes, that's right. And what are your names? Oh, I am Ryunosuke Naruhodo, a lawyer from Japan. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Mr. Naruhodo's judicial assistant, Susato Miko Taba. It's wonderful to meet you. Lovely, Susie and Runo. Got it. Wait, what? Susie? And Runo? There's more to this girl than meets the eye. She's a transformer. I have so many questions for her, but I don't know where to start. Yes, and so do I. Let me guess. That's where your deductions just now. Iris. Sato's head is going to be in the clouds this chapter? Oh, yeah. It was you that we ran into yesterday, wasn't it? At Old Bailey? Yes, that's right. You were ever so helpful. Thank you so much. Oh, no, not at all. I'm so sorry we couldn't have been more welcoming. Though at the time we did have a regular large gun pointed at us. Like this? Where did she find that? Where did she have that thing hidden away? That thing's bigger than her entire body. Gulp. Thinking back now, you left Miss Lestrade in tow, didn't you? Oh yes, that awkward witness, Gina. Oh, Jeannie? She's a professional pickpocket. So we found out. It was very naughty of her to pinch my invention like that. Are you referring to that trial disruption gun-like contraption? Exactly. So I followed her, you see, to get it back. I should think about fitting a self-destruct mechanism in my inventions. Oh, God. Could you imagine if that thing blew up? Oh, God. That would be awful. This girl is dangerous. Anyways, I brought Jeannie back here after that. So she could apologize to my trusty technician. Sorry, you're a technician? Hurley, of course, silly. Hurley? Yes, Herlock Shlom. We live here together. I had no idea the great detective had such an interesting young daughter. Daughter? Not likely. What? I wouldn't call him Hurley if he was my father, would I? Well, then what's your relationship with Mr. Shlomes? It's his partner. Well, I expect you found out that the lodgings of any kind in London are very expensive. So the solution is to share the cost with a partner, a roommate. Your roommate. I hope you don't mind me asking, but how old are you? I'm curious about this too. 10. At last this year. What? Well, what of your mother and father? Oh no, they're not around. Oh, I see. I wonder what the story is there. So she's going to be 10. Oh yes, there's something I must ask you. Of course, of course. Yeah, go ahead, Susie. I'm a very great fan of the adventures of Herlock Sholmes, and oh, you have a copy of the Randos magazine. Yes, I read every issue. I discover all. It's delivered all the way to Japan on a ship. Oh, this is so exciting! My stories are being read on the other side of the world. My stories. Wait, are you telling me she's the one who writes them? That's right. Hurley is always solving such amazing cases, you see, and he tells me about them. They're really quite fascinating. It would be such a shame if it was the only if I was the only one who ever heard about them. Don't you think? Goodness. I like how she has the same mannerisms as he does too. Last night he was telling me all about a new case he just solved on a steamship traveling from the faraway land. So I was just in the middle of typing up the manuscript for the next issue before you came. So you're the author? Yet, I'll let you in on a secret if you like. I'm going to call this latest adventure the Speckled Band. That was actually the name of the chapter too. The Speckled Band? That's certainly very familiar. Of course, I always change one or two details in the stories here or there. This time, I had the idea of making a venomous snake be the cause of all the trouble. Oh. That's what Mr. Sholmes first thought as well, actually. Yes, of course, I know that a snake might not be a credible fit for the facts of the case exactly, but it's a story. Some poetic license is justified to make it more thrilling, I think, don't you? So, do you mean to say, are the stories about Mr. Sholmes that are published in the magazine all written by me? Yes, on my wonderful and very modern typewriter. But all the stories I've read are written by a doctor of medicine, Dr. J.H. Wilson. Tsusada-san's getting more and more worked up. Ah, yes, that's me. I mean, my name really is Wilson. But what about the doctor of medicine part? That's all true too. I am a doctor of medicine at the age of 10. No, at the age of 10 years old? At 10 years old? Well, that's quite incredible. Tsusada-san's over here having her world flipped right upside down. He's like, what is going on? But. Dr. Wilson is an English gentleman. Ah, yes. I did alter the setting slightly for the stories to be more compelling. Dude, her whole world is just big. She's like, what is real anymore? Everything that's been told to me has been a lie. She's about to cry, dude. She's about to break down. It's gonna be so sad. Oh? Well, it sounds a little strange, doesn't it? A great detective with a 10-year-old girl in tow? It kind of does, yeah. Just a little bit. Ellipsis. I suppose it does. Poor Susada-san, she looks like her whole world just fell apart. We literally just said this. Dude, everything she read, all her excitements just got nuked. Just totally nuked. Your deductions just now. About before. Yes, what's on your mind, Runo? Do tell me. How do you know that I was a lawyer? And that we just arrived in London, I mean. Yes. Oh, and that we had a difficult trial tomorrow. How did you know all that? Oh, that's what you mean. Please tell us how do you know? How did you do it? Explain every detail. Of course, I'll be delighted, although there's really no mystery. Now, let's begin. Uh-oh, what's this? Iris Wilson is proud to present her logic and reasoning spectacular. Oh, God, are you serious? This? Again? First of all, I knew already that you were a lawyer, Runo. After all, I met you yesterday at Old Bailey in the defendant's antechamber. But you also said that you've just arrived in London. How did you, but you also said that we just arrived in London. How did you know that? I observed the passport and the travel ticket protruding from your breast pocket. Oh. So I was reasonably confident that you must have only just arrived in the country. And on top of that, you accepted a case against a particular prosecutor, telling me that you were unaware of London's court affairs. The Reaper of Bailey. I walked right into that one, didn't I? And then I noticed a red ink stamp on the back of Susie's hand. You were given that when you visit the local prison to meet a suspect, weren't you? Earlier today. Ah. They use those stamps to keep a close eye on coming and going, you see. I didn't realize. A red stamp is only used for people visiting foreigner inmates. So, that told me that even though you had only yesterday concluded a trial of Magnus Miguel, that the two of you have already had a case to visit a foreign inmate at a local prison. However, neither of you were wearing a particularly sad expression on your face. So I concluded that the prisoner was unlikely to be a friend or relative. That led me to believe that you must have accepted a new case. I see. But how could you know that the trial is tomorrow? Well, having barely been home a few hours yesterday, Curly solved yet another case. It obviously amused him. He told me that he caught a Japanese man who was bawling and trembling. Japanese man? Oh crap, I missed the part. Mr. Natsumi. Now Rooney has that fancy Japanese sword. And I think her outfit is called a kimono, isn't it, Susie? Well, anyways, it was clear to me that you both come from Japan yourselves. So I put two and two together and decided you must be defending the Japanese man Hurley caught. And there was only one conclusion to those facts. And there's only one conclusion those facts could lead me to. You both came here to ask Hurley about the case. Spot on. There's a note on the mantelpiece that says the man's trial will be tomorrow. Hurley is always stabbing his notes with a knife. You know, he is silly. And that's all there was to it, really. Thank you for listening. I'm Iris Wilson, and that was one of my great deductions. Oh my god. I mean, that's very observant of her. Although we can't see the red stamp at all. That's cheating. Ellipsis. Well, was it a winner? Were my deductions correct? They were spot on. That was amazing, Iris. Truly a great deduction. You even managed the certain something of Mr. Sloane's delivery. Oh, well, I was just copying Hurley's style for that. This is really good news. You could tell us about the case involving the Japanese man. You will, won't you, Iris? Please. Okay, case of Japanese man. Will all the defendants die and then the final boss be Lord Vampire? I have no idea. I don't know. We only have one more case after this. Like, from what I understand, there's only 5 cases. And this is case 4. So, I don't know. So yesterday, Mr. Sloane's apprehended a Japanese man, you were saying. Yes. Hurley just arrived back in London after his sea voyage. But the police were waiting for him at the railroad station to take him directly to the crime scene. Ah, the great detective is a popular man, it seems. Apparently, a woman was stabbed on a quiet street somewhere in town. And there were witnesses who had seen a short, stiffy-looking, stooped man running away from the scene. A short, stiffy-looking, stooped man? Mr. Natsumi, beyond any doubt, Soseki-san said that he didn't even see anyone else on the street at all. Yeah, that is a bit strange. He did say that. So, how did they see him, but he didn't? I mean, he was a nervous wreck. But I was going to say, how did they see him, but he didn't see them? I mean, it's totally possible. Not saying it's not possible. It's just I'm wondering, like, how it happened. But it seems there were witnesses after all. Hurley used his great deduction powers to determine the man's address. It was a lodging room very nearby. He went directly there with the police. And what did they find? A short, stiffy-looking, stooped man shivering in fear. Mr. Sloane's great deduction certainly hit the mark at that time. Of course he did. He's a great detective. Oh, wait, she's still fangirling. Still fangirling. Still, that means the incident occurred only 2 days ago. Surely tomorrow is too soon for a trial, isn't it? Definitely. We have no time to investigate properly. Hurley says London is rife with crime. Oh. Scotland Yard's doing its best, but they can't stop. They can't stay on top of it, apparently. Oh dear, I hadn't realized the situation was so dire. That's why they can't afford to spend too much time investigating cases and trying the criminals in court. Staff and money are both short. Crimes are usually pinned on the first suspicious person. That's kind of fucked up. Think about all the innocent people who have gotten thrown in jail prior to this, and they didn't even have anything to do with it. Ugh. Ouch. That's terrible. It is terrible. I suppose it's the harsh reality of working on the world's greatest justice system. I suppose it is, but in that case, is it actually the world's greatest justice system if you're doing so many false verdicts, right? I don't hold much hope for a Suzuki-san. Like, the sheer amount of false verdicts has to be so high. Thank you for answering so many of our questions, Iris. Will you play Shovel Forge with Iris after this? Oh, God. What was it? What was her name in that game? Was it Iris? I don't remember. I remember her stage name was Aset. I do remember that. This has been very informative. Oh, you're most welcome. I've had so much fun. Do you happen to know where Mr. Slomes is at the moment? Are you guess? As you guessed, we'd like to ask him some questions about the case as well. Iris, like the flower. Well, I expect Hurley is still investigating the scene of the case involving Mr. Natsumi. You mean? Yes, Mr. Nuts. Mr. Nuts O'May. Nuts O'May. What? Why'd they do this? Hurley said he was going to the man's lodgings. Why did they do this? Why? If you leave now, you'll probably catch him there. Oh my God. Iris, do you know where these lodgings are? She's teaching you how to pronounce his name. Nuts-o-may. But you can't make her say, I like it big as well. Oh God, stop it. Well, I imagine the police are still investigating the scene of the crime themselves, aren't they? Did you happen to come across a detective by the name of Gregson when you were there? Yeah, we know Inspector Gregson. Ah, Giddy, in that case, give Gregsy this from me, would you? If you do that, I'm sure he'll tell you what you want to know. What is this? A 5 stealing piece and a postcard, it seems? Okay. But why? It reads, tell the gentleman in the black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem. Gosh, this will make the inspector help us, will it? Well, thank you, Iris. We'll, give it a try. Good luck, then. I'm going to return to, writing my manuscript, The Speckled Band. And I'll be making more special blend of tea, so come back again soon. We'd be delighted. Thank you so much, Iris. Well, she was nice. Mr. Naruhodo, it's back to the scene of the crime. Fist pump. So, somewhat dubious that they would exert any influence over the men of Scotland Yard at all. We headed back to the scene with Iris's curious note and one of the world's heaviest silver coins in hand. To be continued. Okay. Okay, so I'm going to assume that there's going to be no trial. I wonder if it's like this one, episode 2, where there was actually no trial. And all we did was try to figure out who actually did it. Like during the... Yeah, there it is. Investigation part 2. Yeah, that's what I thought. She's teaching you how to pronounce his name. Alrighty. February 19th, 2:38 p.m. Briar Road. Looks as though the police are still here, carrying on with their investigation. Perfect. So let's find the Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Time to bribe the police? Exactly. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips and look at this silver tip Iris gave to us. Dun-dun. Dun-dun. Conversation? No. Present. Are we able to examine it at all? Can we flip it over? Okay. Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Sorry to say I don't. I'm a very busy man. Much too busy to take part in a foreign gadabouts? That's for sure. Well, we have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Give that here at once. Come on, hand it over. That's for me. Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? What was that coin exactly? It's a silver crown, obviously. But it's a lot more than that. It's an appearance fee. That's what it is. Appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... That's right. For the adventures of Herlock Sholmes. Your ladyship offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course. Her using my name without my say does make me the butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. That must be difficult for you. Never mind that. So, what did you want to know, eh? Sorry? Tell the gent in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, it says. Well, obviously it's not a problem. Go on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, damn, he opens up like a book now. Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsumi's lodgings. That little knife-wielding mustache Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old Havel. It's just over there, look. He lives there? On the first floor of that building. On the corner where that wrecked bicycle's propped up. He didn't really run that far. If he stabbed the girl literally across the street. That is nearby indeed. If I remember right, the landlord is Mr. John Garaibi? Right, well, if you see her again, make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? I mean it. You tell her Gregson sends his very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will. Goodbye for now, then. And long live her ladyship. What the? This dude just... What is this? Well, at least he told us what he wanted to know before he left. Yeah. So then, shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsumi's lodgings? Definitely. Okay, examine. That's a rather typical old brick building, isn't it? I'm sure it has a long and interesting history. Well, time certainly has taken its toll on the place. Crooked and sagging all over. In fact, it looks decidedly worse shape than any other house around here. According to the Inspector Gregson, that's the house where Mr. Natsumi has lodging. Just across the road from where the incident took place, I see. It must be awful for Sasuke-san getting caught up in something like this in a foreign land. It has to suck. Wait, do we move by... with move? Oh, okay. What is this? May I help you? Yes. Would you be the resident of Mr. John Garaibi? Is that how you pronounce it? Garaibi? Gararbi? Indeed it would be, sir. And whom may I say is calling? I'm Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhado. Mr. Ryu Nahudo is representing Mr. Suzuki Natsumi, I believe. He's lodging here? It would be very nice. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. Ellipsis. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Rideby. Gary Deb? Gary Deb? Oh, is that Gary Deb? I don't know. I have no idea. Gary Deb? Gary Deb. I don't know. Do you see that, Mr. Susato? That was a real-life English maid. I know. As I understand it, anyone standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, this day keeps getting better. It certainly feels like we've arrived now, doesn't it? You only need to meet a butler, and then the experience will be complete. Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting, Mr. Garabi. We'll see you now, then. This way. This is the guy right here. Wait, this can't be wrong, right? His cheeks have jiggle physics. Good day to you. John Gardeby at your service. Pleased to meet you too, sir. This is Ryunosuke Naruhara. He's a defense lawyer. Do excuse me for not getting up. Took a shot to the knee a few years back in the Battle of Maiwan. Don't you know? Earned a medal for my pain, but had to withdraw from the service. Handed over the reins to the up-and-comings. So he's a retired soldier. It's a hell of a job getting up and down the stairs now, I can tell you. Don't get out too much, as you can imagine. This is all a facade. This is all a show. He's lying. Yes, it is quite a climb up there to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting at the top of the steps. You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Garabi, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just a footerole, really. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though. So I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it down, Joanne? Or Joanne? Let these people see it properly. Joanne! Whoa, what the heck? Why did she do that? Dash it all, woman, be careful. Oh, dearie me, I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly near took the skin off my hands. I shall be more careful, sir. Well, anyways, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. Yes, I see. Now then, I hear you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs. Is that right? Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only too pleased, naturally, especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Brightly. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much in public eye, as it were. Oh. Is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house. Would you believe it? Mr. Sloanes. Could have been. I didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea, all that detective business. Oh, but do you, but you have a copy of the magazine here, so... No, oh, look, he got caught lying. He's lying. Anyways, the chap investigating the foreman's room as we speak. So he's in Suzuki's room. It's a bally nuisance, is what it is. The whole neighborhood's twitching its curtains now. I don't like all the fuss. It's jolly unsettling. About the incident 2 days ago. It seems the incident took place around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out your window around that time? The window? We noticed that the window over there looks out over Briar Road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering or nearby? Five o'clock is dinner time in the Gary Deb household. Oh, that's convenient. Sure, I believe you, sure. So I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. What about you, Joanne? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Wouldn't that mean that the two witnesses wouldn't have been able to see the lady get stabbed as well? Right? If that's the case? Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as? Anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well, he's gonna tell us a lie. I'm just gonna assume that almost everything this guy says is lying. He does not seem trustworthy at all. Yes, there was something then. Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but Around the... Jesus. For the love of God, Joanne. Watch what you're doing. Oh, dearie me, what have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. She looks like she's like falling asleep. Be more careful, woman. Of course, sir. If I may, Miss Naruholo. Oh, yes? I have an exceedingly good memory, and as far as I remember, nothing of any significant took place here at that hour. Nothing at all. You have a good memory, but you can't remember the not over pour this guy's cup of tea and run the risk of burning him? I find that hard to believe. Just a little bit. Oh, really? Oh, really? Mr. Gary Deb? The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been. Oh, well. As I was saying, it was just thrilling. Ah! Joanne, dish it all. What is the matter with you, woman? Beg your pardon, sir? Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down. A quiet, uneventful meal. Joanne? That's right. Ellipsis. What is the matter with these two? They're acting and lying? That's what the matter is. So they're all lying. They so either saw something or they know something. We never got to see what kind of knife it was either that got put into him. Not at all either, because if we did, we'd be able to kind of deduce a little bit whether his military experience plays a role in this or not, because of the kind of knife he would have had. So unfortunately, we weren't able to see the knife or the body. We haven't seen the body of the lady either. Sounds like something happened in this room the evening of the incident, but what? I wish I knew. His room is in complete disarray too. Like wish there was a way that we could just like take a look at his room. Like his medal that, I guess he did say that he didn't care about the medal. So that he did mention that he didn't really care too much about it. But I was going to say the medal is like his room's really dirty. I understand that he can't really take it himself, which that's fine. And I guess her being clumsy makes sense too. She's so clumsy. But for some reason, I'm getting the idea that this guy should be a lot more... you would think he would take care of his stuff a lot more, is what I'm getting at. He seems like that kind of person. All right, about Mr. Natsumi. Or maybe I'm just reading too much into it. That could always be the case. What about Mr. Natsumi then, Mr. Gary Depp? Please do tell. Ah, yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. He's only been here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? Yeah, okay. I thought it was like this was his permanent. He's okay. Odd. I thought this was his like permanent stay. Like he's been here for a while. Strange. So he moved in very recently then. I have two lodges most of the I have two lodgers most of the time. One on the ground floor and one above us. We haven't met the other person then. The first floor became available a week ago in the set. Oh my god, they're going ham and fist on this. Jeez. Dash it all, Joanne. Do be careful. Oh, good gracious. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Of course you are. Of course. And if you want to know my opinion, I thought he was a shady sort of... I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set my eyes on him. Okay, sounds like she's trying to place blame. Gotcha. Why? He seemed to have the most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulder. The man had shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joanne, the man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. Untoward? And rarely wrong about anything. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. We wouldn't be calling this maid. We won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious about the man at all? Ellipsis. Or exclamation point. Oh yes, indeed there was. And she's dying to tell us. The shady lodger? Had you noticed anything else about your lodger, Mr. Natsumi? Oh my word, the man was shadier than an orchid. Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books, it is. More than anything you could ever read. And how is that shady? And he's never so much as passes the time with another living soul. I haven't seen a single visitor call. How is having a lot of books in your room shady, though? What? He just touts off to that old bookshop every single day. And comes back with a light, wait a minute, with 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed, too. Again, I don't see how that's shady. As a book hermit, I'm insulted, right? Like, how does just having lots of books make you shady? I don't get that. That don't make any sense. That's a good thing. I see. As long as he's spending his money responsibly and not putting himself in debt. Yeah, I don't see the problem. Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed around 9 each night. The stabbing took place at 5, so... But I never know the Japanese fellow to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ellipsis. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? I know, he's stirring his... I know. That's so disgusting. That he's putting his pipe in his tea. That's disgusting. Hold on, I missed that last one. I got distracted. How do you know so much about Mr. Natsumi's routine? Shock face. I understand that neither of the lodgers lives on this floor of the house. Is that correct? That's right. Oh, look at that. The sweat's rolling down his face. Then how is it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise time that they come back in the evening, for example, even the times they go to bed, that is a little weird. Ah! Good grief, Joanne. Be more careful, woman. Oh my goodness, sir. I'm terribly sorry, sir. Something doesn't add up here. Ellipsis. Mr. Natsumi's room. Could you tell me which floor Mr. Natsumi's room is on? Well, certainly. Just below us on the first floor. Mr. Slomes is investigating there, even as we speak. Yes. Told me Knott's his name. Had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Knott's his name, by the way. Mr. Natsumi has engaged Mr. Salome's services? That's a blatant lie. Yeah, that is true. He doesn't even like that guy. So, there's something definitely going on here. Would it be alright if we also had a look around in Mr. Natsumi's room, I mean? I don't see why not. We know, who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case, but we have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? And while we're there, we can speak with Mr. Slomes again. Perhaps we'll be able to tell us, he'll be able to tell us more. Okay. These two are super shady. Like, super shady. Whoa, just look at this place. And the smell, it's so musky in here. I suppose it's the mountains of old books that are responsible for this. Ellipsis. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. Yeah, all he got is a candle. There's no way that they like. Wait, is that a cat? He got a cat. Is that the window over there? So he has the place. He has the place that has the boarded up windows. Okay. Well, it was the window, I think, yes, at once upon a time. But for some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. It is a cat. Look, there's a cat. See? It's a cat. It's just chilling. Mm-hmm. Okay. So this is where Mr. Natsumi lives. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Shalom's anywhere, have you? No, that's true. But according to what Mr. Gary Deb told us, the great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. Can we observe? Look at all these books. My God. So many books. Jeez Louise. You can't investigate this? Not at all.